Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
The wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
I understand. Likely offense will continue, but if he finished peeing, that offense is not going to continue for a while. You especially won't go to court if it's bullshit charges because you get them thrown out. By gosh, go down and fight them. By gosh, make them work for it.
We have a jury! We have a jury! I'm so excited. I'm so excited. We have a jury. A jury has been seated. We only have 45 minutes to wait. 45 minutes to wait until opening statements in this trial, which we've waited half a week for already. Yes, finally. Oh my goodness. It seems like we waited the entire Maya trial for them to seat this jury. Collie jury, yeah, 6 months. Thank you, Collie. Appreciate that, by the way. I have to say, hang on. First of all, we've got to make this official. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict. I'm sorry, I tripped over my own intro. Let me try that again. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you so much for joining me here today. Big shout out to Adam Conan Warning Nusky, who is next to the letter T for the remainder of the day. Next to the letter T for the rest of today. No, I got quiet fast. Real fast. Okay. So
is that correct?
That's crack. You can't say can't say crack. Is that crack? I guess crack is now the saying. Letter T is no longer supported on the channel by ruling of Adam, who won the internet by being first in chat today. Adam, with that strategically placed red pen in your profile picture. Thank you for that. I feel it's only appropriate that we use the.
I understand. Likely offense will continue, but if he finished peeing.
Yeah, he finished peeing. Thank you very much. Too much potty humor and dog training conversation today. Hopefully we'll get back to just the world of true crime here in a minute as the case is going to move forward here in about 45 minutes. But Adam, congratulations, my friend. You've won the internet yet again. And as your first active internet ownership, you've banned the usage of the letter T. So that's just what we have to live with today. Fat Yoga gifted one membership. Thank you. That went to Perry Mason. Perry Mason. Wow. Congratulations. Ivan says, calling it armed vigilante Karen. No. I'm nixing the Karen. I'm nixing the Karen phrase. Ivan, that's what I'm doing. I think there's got to be another name that's not offensive. Citizen arrest murder trial is what I went with. That's what I went with.
When are we going to break for lunch?
We just broke for lunch. Karen and the letter T are banned, but not people named Karen. And Karens are allowed to participate, but calling someone Karen when it is not their name based on their behavior, I think we're going to ban for now. 45 minutes still. Yes, it's always 45 minutes. Chat is not showing on the screen. That's because I didn't want to give Adam any more. It goes to his head is what happens. I mean, I know he's screenshotting it right now, and it's going to be printed off with all the other times. Not just kidding. Adam, congratulations. Sorry I didn't put you up on the screen. And there were a couple messages here. Let's see. We had this one here from Fat Yoga, gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And also we have a super chat from Ivan that I had on the screen briefly, which triggered. Oh, Collie. Is it Collie or Collie? I think it's going to be Collie. If that's not your name, congratulations. I just renamed you because I'm good like that. Fat Yoga says it's been so fun with the law nerds. That is awesome. This is a wonderful community to be a part of, and I appreciate each of you for joining. Would not be the same without you. Gold Heavenly Body. Yes, Gold Heavenly Body. Right. Something like that. Ivan Victor, thank you for the super chat. We're gonna find a new name for this. or taking suggestions. I don't know if we'll be able to find one. It's difficult. Let's see. This channel is crack. Raising the roof for Adam content morning. Nusky. Hope is repeat offender here, using the T on purpose. Let's see. We have a couple things to talk about. Let's see. I did a little homework. I'm going to try to do a filing. I'm going to try to reach out to Judge Carroll because I've done some research here. Basically, that in Florida's it's a sunshine state, right? So they're very open with their court system for the most part, but they also still control a little bit of decorum, basically how the cameras operate in the courtroom. And so they have a rule that says you can't use their live stream and rebroadcast it. Now, I realize that anybody out there could say, look at a million examples, within LawTube and without, where you could say subject matter jurisdiction. They can't make that ruling. I'm not under them. I'm not in Florida. I'm not subject to their rules. I'm in North Carolina, where I'm subject to North Carolina's rules. Yes. So I could say, Judge Carroll, forget you. I'm going to do what I want. But next time I head down to Florida and I say, hey, I'd really like to follow this case that happens to be in a neighboring court, and Judge Carroll's like, who's that? Yeah, I know him. We reserve the right to revoke your media credentials. Yeah, they can do that. They can say, and not even let you into the hearing because you didn't respect our rules. So even though the rules, I guess, technically could be argued that they're not enforceable across state lines, I don't want to be A, the poster child for that battle, or B, I don't want to be the one that learns the hard way, the impact that can have. So I do have to follow those rules. That's why we followed the rules during the Maya trial.
There's a lawsuit.
Yes, don't want the lawsuit. That's why we follow the rules so carefully to make sure we're doing everything appropriately. Oh, we have a phone call, and this one might be, let's see who it is. Hang on. Hello? 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 How many chances do you give a telemarketer before you hang up on them? I was really hoping it was a telemarketer, but it did not. They didn't connect. Their auto dialer never connected me with a person. So, all right. Ivan, you're gonna die on this hill. I think you're gonna die on this hill. We do have a jury seated. Yes, we do have a jury. So we're going to be starting here in just a minute. 5 memberships gifted by Ann Cloutier. Thank you very much, Ann. That is super generous. No more going to Florida. I've never been to Florida, but does NC do extradition to Florida? It's not. This isn't an extradition issue. It really wouldn't be. But there are some states that take this quite seriously. And if they put you in the little black book, you're in the little black book for a long time until they can get at you. And I don't want to have that hanging over my head, a list of states that I can't go to because I didn't follow their rules. Also, I am mindful of the fact that that we are either famous or infamous, depending on whether you like us or not. And that as part of LawTube adjacency, which is the realm that I operate in, I do in part represent some of this new media that's not traditional in the form that it's taken over the previous generations, where we've had media outlets with editors and facilities and reporters and newspapers and radio stations. We're different. We're very different. But it's the new normal, and rules will be made in the near and far future that control how people like me operate. And I have a responsibility to others who come after me to make sure that I don't ruin it for them. I'm looking at you, Court TV. Just kidding. I'm just saying that we have to be mindful. Just because I can do something now that would give me a short-term win or give me an immediate benefit, if it hurts the whole process that I'm here representing, or that I love with news reporting and true crime, it's a net loss. if I do that, and it's not just my loss. Everybody loses. That's why we operate the way we do. What time's opening statements start? We have about half an hour. They're going to start in half an hour, Selena. But we are not notorious. That's reserved for Jules. Yes. And Merry Christmas to everyone who got a membership. Thank you, Anne. That is super, super generous of you. Thank you. Anyway, so that's where we are. I realized that that legally I could get away with more, but because what I want to do with this channel, the direction we want to go and where we're going, I have to be better. I have to be sort of beyond reproach as much as I can. And that's not saying I'm perfect, because I'm not. And I've made enough mistakes on here that I probably deserve to be canceled for one thing or another. I'm aware of that. But I do try to improve, and where I didn't know I made a mistake and offended somebody, I try to make that right. Let's see. Are you going to live stream the December 15th for my case? That being said, Debbie, yes, we are going to live stream on December 15th, and we'll live stream the Maya case. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to see if there's a process for me to reach out to the court to see if I can get authorization, because even though we have rules that say thou shalt not, it's like the 10 commandments of media broadcasting. Thou shalt not broadcast the Zoom feed from court, or rebroadcast, or make any audio recording thereof. They have all these written down rules, and it's in bold and underlined and italics and everything. But the judge can authorize. And when the judge says, "But you have suddenly been blessed and dubbed by the fairies of court TV that you are exempt from that rule," and it's possible to get that sort of ruling. So we're going to see if we can obtain that, or we're going to look at possibly getting a camera in the courtroom. I know it's short term for that, short turnarounds, but we'll see what we can do. The problem with getting a camera in the courtroom, and this is maybe more info behind the scenes they need to know, and this is standard for most court cases. If a judge authorizes cameras in the courtroom, they say, we'll allow one camera and one audio pickup system, and that's it. And then everybody else who wants to have a camera in the courtroom, you have to work out with them how it's going to work. And if you guys can't come to an agreement as to how this whole process will work, as far as whose equipment, how it will connect and everything, then none of you are allowed in. And you can't complain to the judge, because if you complain to the judge, none of you are allowed. That's the rules they operate under. So if you guys can't get along, nobody's going to play ball, because the judge will take the ball and go home. So that's where we are. I'm not quite ready to be the sole videographer in the courtroom. There's some equipment I'm looking at. As a matter of fact, I'm looking at it like right now. Let me see if I can show you. It's on my laptop. I'm looking at this. I need this little device right here, which is a beauty. It's a beauty, but that's the camera control system for the pan tilt zoom. That I need to get some of those. So I'm slowly acquiring all the gear. Some's arriving today, as a matter of fact, any minute now, that I'll need to run the whole courtroom live stream. Okay. And this cool thing about this thing, I could run it from anywhere in the country. I could remotely operate the cameras. That's just really cool. Judge Carroll is going to love to see Recovery Addict request after seeing all the whining from the defense. I don't know. I'm going to look at the options first. Picture RA on an acid trip. He'll be looking for all the palmetto bugs on the walls. No. That never happens. How much is it? That for that system, 3 cameras. The cameras are $2,000 each. The controller, that one's only $900, which is a steal. And then you have all the power over Ethernet cabling, the PoE cabling, which is it's also NDIHX for the. So there's just one cable. You don't need a power cord and a camera cord, video cord. It's just one internet connection, and it feeds everything. It's awesome. Buy one for Mrs. RA and then borrow it. This is the best idea I've had all afternoon, but she would not be a fan. Yes, Libby, this is correct. It's we're getting it. We're getting it. I'll tell you, since the day I've started YouTube, I've been acquiring equipment for this purpose, and it's not something I'm going to go out and buy all at once. But I've been acquiring item after item after item. Sometimes it's just a little cord or a connector. As I can afford each little piece, we're getting there. And some of those pieces are arriving today. So, but it'll all come. We're going to put it together. Why didn't we shop for this setup on Black Friday? They didn't offer us a deal on this on Black Friday. The one deal they did offer, I did get. Tamara says, "Here's some money towards that goal." I'm good. You don't need to do this. You don't need to do this. We're going to get there. We're going to get there, and this is part of the program. This is what I'm able to provide for my family from this channel, which is amazing, and I love it. And then with what extra there is, I'm reinvesting in the channel. That's how we're going to get there. So we've got some time. Thank you, Tamara. I appreciate that. That's super generous. All right. So it sounds like I could hook it up for you. Scottish Squirrel. Yes, it's just internet connection. May your internet and Wi-Fi be strong. Yep. I'm very picky about Woodhound. I'll tell you, I'm very picky about my Christmas gifts. In so much that the Mrs. RA basically said, "Okay, it's time for you to get a Christmas gift." Instead of asking what she wants, she says, "Just buy it, keep it under this amount, and then I'll wrap it, and you can't open it till Christmas." She knows I know exactly what I want, and I'm very, very picky. So that's it. All right. I would invest in Ivan's crypto tips, cash up front, no refunds, but fancy shades. From somebody named Ivan. Ivan said that. Oh, yes, taxes. Taxes take a whopper out of it. We're actually making some business structure changes to help in that front as well. All right, a fur pellet hat. That's a good gift. I do have a PayPal. I realize PayPal bypasses the YouTube front. I don't begrudge YouTube the amount they take because the amazing privilege, the platform they offer is phenomenal. Best gifts are handmade. Kitty kitty bang bang. Some of the best gifts I've ever had are handmade. I'm looking here at two of them. An amazing pen that Rob from Lawn Lumber sent me, as well as a really cool YouTube congratulations plaque on reaching 50,000 subscribers from Creative Bee, Debbie. Okay, all right. Let's see. Let's do this. Did you shave your beard and mustache? Surprise! Yes, it's gone. My chin is cold. Let's see. Do you have any leftover lasagna? That was gone the next day. Lasagna is not something that sticks around. I ate it for breakfast. Opening statements begin in about 27 minutes. We'll be there live. Let me get the stream ready, actually, so we can follow along as it happens. That's not it. Okay. I'm not seeing a feed up. Oh, there we go. Okay. When the audio comes up, we will have that. It's all turned on. All right. We have a couple questions. Let's see. Will it come back? I miss it. I do as well. Please regard this fast. It will come and go. It will come and go. I will tell you that it got to the point. I need to get a proper beard trimmer because I was using like hair clipper trimmers to try to trim the beard. And using a guard for the hair clippers, they're just too big. And so when you're trying to trim the mustache around the nose area, you end up sort of picking the nose with the trimmers, which can never end well. It's not a good thing. And you end up not being able to trim the top lip, so it just sort of grows and curls over the lip, and it was no bueno. So once I get a good set of beard trimmers, I think I'm gonna keep it a little longer. Regrow your stash and goatee and then shape it on the 25th as her gift. That's not very thoughtful. That's like, look what I did for you. Yeah. All right. Where is this trial taking place? Great question, Sandy. This is taking place in Georgia. This is in, I believe, are we in Clayton County here? Let's see. Let me jump over to, Clayton County, Georgia. We have we've got Hannah Payne. Hannah Payne was 21 years old back in 2019. She witnessed a car accident. Mr. Herring was driving a truck, and Mr. Herring drove and collided with a semi-truck. Hannah was a witness. I think there was another witness as well. Everybody stopped, and there was some observations made at that time that Mr. Herring possibly was exhibiting signs that he might be intoxicated. Even though they had stopped initially, Mr. Herring then left the scene of the accident, drove away, and Hannah pursued him in her Jeep. So she follows. While she's following him, she calls dispatch and says, "Hey, this is what's happened. This is what's going on." Dispatch gives her instructions saying, "Stop. Don't follow him anymore. Go back to the scene of the crime. Wait for the cops to show up." She chooses otherwise. She chooses instead to follow and ends up cutting him off to stop him from fleeing, and then confronts him directly at his vehicle. And the confrontation turns physical. And during that physical confrontation, she drew a firearm that she was carrying. And during the ensuing struggle, the firearm discharged, and Mr. Herring was shot and killed. It's a crazy case. You've got a citizen's arrest, basically, a citizen trying to stop somebody from doing something. It ends deadly. It started with just a traffic accident. Sad facts of the case. It appears to be that Mr. Herring was actually not intoxicated, but suffering from a diabetic. What do they call that? Diabetic incident, a medical condition, which can present very similar to a drunk driver, honestly, and so that's that's it. An episode, diabetic episode, diabetic emergency. Was he shot? Where was he shot? He was shot in the abdomen, and I believe the firearm was in the vehicle when it went off. And this is going to be a point of contention during the case. It's going to be it is a new trial. Yes, we're picking up a new trial. Starts here in just a few minutes, about 20 minutes. We'll have opening statements. It's a point of contention because, according to the defendant, Hannah Payne, she will say that it got physical for some reason, and he was grabbing her. And then when the firearm was drawn, there was a struggle for the gun, and he ended up accidentally shooting himself. Whereas the state is going to say that she drew the firearm, and as he was trying to defend himself, she shot him. So we're going to hear those two things go. There's probably won't be anyone else that can testify as to what happened inside the vehicle at that time, which might be the reason that the state on Friday, right before this was supposed to begin going to court, and announced they offered a plea deal to Hannah. And the plea is, even though she's facing life without parole, that's what she's up against. The plea wasn't a huge reduction. They just said, we'll give you life with parole, with a chance of parole. And she turned that one down. I think she counteroffered a much lower amount, and they rejected that. So it's a tragic situation that probably could have taken a better turn, but you've also got a young person. 21 is not old. Okay, 21 is not experienced in life, and this girl did something where a lot of people say she had no business. I'll just warn you, there may be some indications that race is involved because the different races of the people involved, the victim and the defendant are different races, and that might be something that's presented in this as well. So we're gonna handle this like adults and be respectful all across the board as much as we can throughout this, and listen to this. It wasn't even her accident. She was not involved. She was just a witness, a bystander, and initially had just stopped to help, but then that help turned into to something a little bit more. And it became less helpful. Is your stash going to be like a karma chameleon and it changes colors as it comes and goes? Red, gold, and green. Amber, no. It's mine went from black, or sort of like the brown and black, to just gray. Every time I grow it in, there's less black. It used to be salt and pepper. Now it's almost all salt. There were baggies of white substance found in Herring's truck, and judge allowing it for the defense. That's going to be helpful. That's going to be very helpful, Woody, for the defense. So, yeah, it's a tough situation. It really is. Judy K says, yeah, I can finally have a seat. That's wonderful. Take a seat. That's wonderful. Hey, look at this. Ella Cole just gifted 5 memberships. Ella, thank you so much. Frequent gifter on the channel. Those went to Ace, Scottish Squirrel. Congratulations, Scottish Squirrel. Carmen Faula. Carmen Faulau. I butchered that. Carmen. We're just going to go with Carmen for now. Sherry and Max, Solid Chocolate Bunny. What a name. Solid Chocolate Bunny. Welcome. Take a seat. Thank you for the song now stuck in my head. Sorry about that. All right. I did over lunch. I went back and watched most of Dr. J's interview with Nick Whitney. And it was awesome. I went back and watched the part where Nick specifically mentions our channel and about the broadcast. Nick is a great lawyer, and I think you'd understand the ruling there. It's not as easy from a technical note. I could bring in 7 different Zooms and show them all on the screen at the same time with my face. We can do that from a technical standpoint. I can make the technology happen. But from a legal standpoint, to be still in the good graces of the Florida court system, I cannot rebroadcast the Zoom. But I can do my quick repeat. I think that's all we can do. We'll probably have people watching it. Everyone's going to be like having it on an extra screen. For those that can't watch on an extra screen, I'll do what I did for the Pearl, or sorry, not Pearl hearings. I was looking at KH here. I'll do what we were doing for the sidebars and just recount what's happening and keep you up to date that way. Can you install YouTube onto your TV? Deanne Poe, a lot of the newer TVs are able to install YouTube, so you can watch that as an app. Ask for permission. I'm trying that route as well, but I'm not hopeful on this case just because I'm not seeing anyone else who's done the same thing, and the court might not have any reason. They say, no, we're going to stick with the way we started the trial. It's very strange for them to switch at this stage of the trial how they allow media to cover it. Mama Crafts, good luck on the recovery for foot surgery. Let's see. Smart TVs have YouTube. I think you and other law tubers should do a read through playing different roles. Bravo Chick, I'm up for this. I know. A couple law tubers are very much in this, and I think I'd be down with that. First of all, it's not going to be. I'm not going to be reading something that I wouldn't normally say on my channel. I think the content is going to be something that I'm comfortable reading. So whatever part I get assigned. It probably won't be on my channel, but I'd love to do a read through with somebody. I think Megan Fox does a lot of those. We might have to talk with her and see if she wants to do a read through of those events, just because nobody else can. I mean, we anticipate nobody's going to have the video of this. Okay, I want Mrs. R.A. to have a role. No, because she reads so much better than me. Becca, she is a phenomenal reader. If you ever hear Mrs. R.A. reading something, you just stop what you're doing and you start listening, even if you're just overhearing. If you were to hear her just reading out loud, she has a captivating style of reading, and she is so good at it. Who gets stuck being Count Hunter? I don't know. We will be reading more motions for sure. The first thing we're going to go over, Lat Cali Girl, the first thing we're going to go over is the plaintiff's response to the last motion for a directed verdict. When that comes in from Nick and Greg, when that is filed in court, we're going to cover that one as well. Hank, we've got to get her reading something. As weird as it is, it's harder to read a book on YouTube, like just do a read along, read out loud a book, than it is for me to use fair use on a court stream. The copyrights for books, you can't just read a book like that. You've got to have one that was printed over 100 years ago, or you end up in serious copyright violation. Mathis says, let's start funding the wigs or hand puppets. Sock puppets is what I was going with. I was going to sew on little button eyes and a little tuft of fur on the top. We could make this happen. Mrs. R.A. should narrate audiobooks. She's actually has read audiobooks for recordings for a company that needed some books recorded. She's done that before. She has a really nice mic for that. Ivan says, I'm so grateful for Recovery Addict because he's one of the very few established true crime people who lets me be myself and doesn't try changing who I am as a mutual respect. I don't try changing you. Okay? Occasionally we do mute you, Ivan, but it's all done in love. It's all done in love. Let's see. Mrs. R.A. does a book club. She did. She is not doing one right now, but she has before. Yes, on the sock puppet lawyers. If we do that, we're going to have to get like a big cardboard box and build like a stage so we could like with curtains and everything, and the sock puppets could be talking. It'll be a little tough technology-wise. The company is it was an online company. Hang on one second. It's something library. It's like Libraries of Hope or something like that put together some books. She was reading some, and some of them, they were old books too. Could read Puss in Boots. I really enjoy Mrs. R.A. talking. Here's what I say. She's easy to listen to. She's very easy to look at. And she makes sense when she talks. So I think she checks all three boxes. All right. Yes, you can find Mrs. R.A. on YouTube. That's her channel there. She's probably going to have some new videos going up here shortly. YouTube Book Club. There's got to be a way to do this with permission. With permission. Can you get Kiki, a.k.a. Pickles, to serve as a lawyer? He would probably be about as effective as the lawyer we had in that last trial with Judge Clark yesterday. All right, let's see. New link for use for Discord. Let me update this. Let me just snag that right there and copy. Okay. I love it when it's a nice durable link like that. Where is Discord? I'm looking, I'm lurking. I have too many commands. There it is. Man, they changed that. There we go. Paste. Complete. Next step. Just close it. Don't cancel. I have to click through all the steps. Complete and save. That's lame. Okay, refresh. Okay, Discord should be fixed. And chat is back on screen. All right. Recovery Addict questions for you. Listen to impact statements at Brandy's channel. Do you know of any judge that might change his verdict due to the statements? I've never heard a judge say, I was going to do this, but then I heard the impact statements and I changed my mind. Usually they say, we've listened to everybody and here's my ruling. So you'd have to find a judge that's willing to talk about something like that. And a lot of judges won't. A lot of judges won't talk about their rationale on things just because the possibility for appeal on everything is just looming over them. And anytime you say something wrong, it increases the chance that you're divulging that you might have done something wrong, and it can be an issue. Kiki D gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Kiki. That one went to Living Ghost 371. Lawtex is back. I am back. Thank you. Welcome back. We missed you. The boy in the look at that. Anna says the boy in the box judge said that. He said it was going to give a lot more time until he heard those. Kathy and Pam, West Virginia, says, I feel so weird and different being gray. I hope I manage to get back into membership soon. Everyone here is so generous that I don't stay gray long. That's true. It's being here regularly and participating in chat as you can, especially on slow mode some days. That'll get you there. When when are you setting up the mic for Mrs. Ari? Coley, I told her not to watch the live stream because I'll tell you what she's getting. I think I'm going to get her this. I think I'm going to get her the same boom arm that I have here, and it's going to be mounted right here. So I'll have to move this a little bit, and then we'll have two. We can sit side by side. We'll be back a little bit further, but I think it'll work. But I'll have to get her a lot of other really good gifts because buying a gift for her that is technology related and goes in my studio, it doesn't sit right with me. It's like I missed on the gift giving. Taminator just gifted 5 memberships. Look at that. Taminator, thank you so much. See, those one went to Latex. You just popped in, said you're back, and now you've got a gifted membership. Pamela Morden Crime, DE, and Sunny Florida Mom. Thank you. Trial starts at noon. I'm showing. Oh, somebody's calling. That's what I'm showing. Hello? Why is it? Hello? Why can I not hear anything? Hello, are you there? Can you hear me now? Call failed. Sorry, it was working just fine, and then it didn't. You're going to have to try calling back, whoever that was. A boom arm is not a husband Christmas gift. No, it's not. It can't be. Where's the location of this trial coming up? Clayton County, Georgia. My car warranty is about to expire. You're a good husband, Scotty Brown. Love the Charlie Brown reference. Let's see. Michael M., good afternoon to you. Welcome. Good to have you here. All right, we have, just getting here. Is this the actual trial? Yes. Marcia, all the other ones were fake. All the other ones were leading up to this moment. We're now just 7 minutes away from when we were expecting to have video and sound from the courtroom with opening statements beginning in the Georgia versus Hannah Payne trial. So soon. What time zone is Georgia in? Are they Eastern? No, they've got to be Central. They're on Central time. Long crime stating 2 p.m. start time. Am I off by another hour? Georgia Eastern. Oh, that was Dr. Joe that was calling me. Hang on. One second. Let's see. No. Man, he called to give me a personal thank you for just routing you guys over there and for a little help we gave him. That is awesome. That is really awesome. Dr. Joe, if you're watching, you can call in anytime when we're live. It's fine. We are not so strict on our schedule that we can't pause whatever we're doing for somebody cool to talk to us, and you count as one of the cool people. Dr. Joe has the red phone number. He does. I apologize. It's I messed up the connection. Dr. Joe's stream last night was amazing. He's a very gifted interviewer. Obviously, it was a fun interview. It wasn't seriously like confrontational stuff. Those ones can be a little difficult, but he did just a great job. There's Dr. Joe. Thank you, Scott, and all the Recovery Addicts for coming to join me last night. Your support means the world. Dr. Joe, you're welcome to call anytime we're live. That's not a problem. We're just waiting for court to start. We've got a few minutes anyway. And you did a great job. I was just rewatching the parts that I missed because I was out to dinner with my wife last night at the same time as your live stream. So I missed some of it. So rewatching that during lunch, and it was wonderful. You and Nick were phenomenal. And great job with the technology. For a first stream, jumping straight into StreamYard with a guest, that's the deep end. And you did great. All right. Dusty Austin, member for 8 months. Can't wait for this new trial. Should be an interesting one. It is. It's going to have some tough things. First of all, it's always tough when you have someone who is so young. 21 years old, and you make a decision that's going to impact the rest of your life. She's literally facing life in prison, and man, that's hard. That's hard to look at somebody and say, yes, you deserve that. And then at the same time, you've got a family who was expecting Mr. Herring to come home, and that will never happen for them. And then they have a lifetime without. And trying to find the balance of where justice is, assuming that guilt is ascertained through this court process. It's a tough one. So we're gonna listen carefully. Oh, here we go.
Call from.
Hi, it's Joe Corcoran again.
Hey, Dr. Joe, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm well, thank you, Scott. How are you?
We're doing just fantastic. It's wonderful to have you on the phone. Loved the live stream last night, even though I watched it late.
No, I am so grateful. When you sent the Recovery Addicts over to the stream, they made their presence known quickly, and I'll tell you, it put a big smile on my face, and it helped slow down my heart rate just a little bit more.
You were amongst friends, and I saw. It was a good group there. Some good people. The questions I heard were amazing.
Yeah, and listen, I appreciate what you said about me kind of doing well with the technology, but boy, oh boy, was that a learning experience. Yes, I promise I will have moderators for the next visit. There's still a lot of bugs to work out, but I was really, really pleased with the opportunity to interview Nick last night.
That was neat. That's neat. I hear you've got Greg coming up as well.
Trying to. So Greg committed to it, but I've asked Jen, his wife, to confirm, because Greg is so overly generous, and I want to make sure that that the check he's written is one he can cash. So.
He's got a lot of things on his plate right now, I know. But if you get the opportunity, interviewing Jen is also highly recommended. Just the phenomenal. We had her and her sisters on, and it was amazing.
I watched you with the Morgan sisters, and that was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And I can't tell you how helpful the three of them were in getting me ready to do this expert witness thing for the first time, and their support was incredible and very, very enabling. And then of course Miss Lawrence became my Sherpa once the trial actually started, and Nick talked about how quickly she got things done, and totally experienced the same. She was amazing.
That is just awesome. I can't wait. More good things to come. If you're not following Dr. Joe Corcoran, you need to. You need to not just for the people you have access to, but for the conversation you're continuing. And I loved hearing that theme throughout everything you've done here on YouTube. I think you've really have touched hearts and made connections with people that are going to be impactful, and I think it will bring about change. So I'm excited to see where that goes.
That's really kind of you, Scott. Honestly, I had no idea that this world existed a couple of weeks ago. But the neat thing is that what I'm discovering is that with your own channel, you can create the world that you want. And I've been through more than my fair share of drama, and that's not what this world is going to be. It's exciting to find so many people who really truly do want to help and do want to impact the system to make things better. That's tremendously encouraging, and it makes my heart glad.
Well, you're going to do just phenomenal. You're going to go far. The fact that you were able to set up the ground rules and have a vision for where you wanted to go from day one is impressive, because it took me a while to get there, and then I had to sort of correct course, as I was going the directions I didn't want to go, and I love the groundwork you laid, and I can't wait to see where it goes. And if there's anything I can do to help, as always, you've got my number.
You've already been so helpful, and that's why I called this morning, is just to say thanks. And keep in mind, I didn't know who you were when you were figuring things out. I'm looking at the finished product, and I was there when you when you broke through 50,000 subscribers. So, I'm looking at who you are today, and honestly, Scott, you've been a role model for me.
Yeah.
So,
Well, don't look too far back. Don't look too far back. Let's just focus on the here and now.
Well, you have encouraged me to make sure that we've got good pest control. I don't want any.
If you need any Southern Febreze,
the green screen,
I can send it your way. Dr. Joe, thank you so much. We're going to start our new trial right now. I appreciate you calling in. Great to talk to you. We'll see you.
You're the best.
All right.
Thanks, Scott, and thanks to all the addicts.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Thank you. Thank you much, Dr. Joe. Perfect timing, as always. So here's our new judge, Judge Jewel Scott. Thank you, Jules. Lots of people saying great things about Dr. Joe in chat, and on his feed as well last night. It is so fun to watch a new person on YouTube fall in love with what I love, which is technology. I'm like, if you watch Napoleon Dynamite, I'm the older brother who's like, oh, I love technology. That's me, right? I just love it. And watching people find YouTube and finding this system that exists in this world it's just exciting. And Dr. Joe's doing it the right way. It's awesome.
We had notified IT that the audio was not working. So we did that during lunch to request assistance. Did you get a response?
We're having some audio issues. I'm going to see if it's just turned down or people are away from the mics. We might have to do a lot of correction on my end, but that's what I'm here for. Okay, we'll wait till it starts here. Phone's ringing. Hang on. I'll take this one off the air. Hello? Sure. Thanks, Your Honor. Yeah, not a problem. Okay. All right. It's nothing important. She didn't call me, guys. Just for the record, she did not call me. But phone's still not ringing, just for the record. The judge is calling to fix the audio. Yeah. Lots of camera views. It looks. Let me do a quick count. To count the number of cameras, we have to count the number of different locations we're viewing the court from. Which is a little tricky because this camera is clearly a pan tilt zoom camera. That little black curtain you see in the middle of the back, there's also a camera on top of that tripod. So there's going to be a camera, and that's where the switcher is back there. You've got the guy with the little flashy red light. I'm surprised that flashy red light is allowed to be on because that is what's called a tally light typically. I thought she actually called you. She's calling Mrs. R.A. Yeah. Hannah Payne. Yes, we're finally on Hannah Payne, AZDCS Oversight Group. We're finally on the Hannah Payne. It's taken a long time. It took a long time to seat the jury, much longer than expected. But we're finally here. We're waiting for opening statements to start. They do that. They do that on the switching side. But we've got one camera here, another camera on that tripod. That's at least two. Let's pan out, see if we can get a third on the other side. Possibly. It might just be a 2-camera setup. And that's all right. That's all right, as long as the vantage point is good. I wish sometimes we'd get two cameras from the back just in case something's put up in front of the witness or someone stands in front of the witness. It just blocks the view Sometimes you get lawyers who, there's Sarah Payne. That's her. That's our defendant. Yep. The guy was wearing an A&E shirt, like AE. No cuffs. Don't know about her custodial status. Is she out on the $220,000 bond? Is that her? I think we figured out she was out on bond, close to $250,000. Everyone's a Sarah to RA. Greeners, I'm not sure what that means. I'm not sure what that means. Lots of bailiffs, and these guys look like they mean business. They're wearing duty vests. I think between the three bailiffs, they probably have a whole office supply store of pens. They have all the pens you could imagine. Next time you see that third bailiff, I think honestly they're like a walking advertisement for Bic. Samantha, she is out on $220,000 bond. We've got no audio yet.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
I've got the audio cranked. The judge just stepped off the bench, I think. What's that sign on the back say? This door is to remain unlocked when the room is occupied.
So, Chief Assistant and ADA Hunter, Ben is not here, Crystal is not here, so they're looking for a substitute IT person to come in to assist.
We tried to check it ahead of time, but we could make it pull up, they just wouldn't make any noise.
Okay.
They could make the PowerPoint pull up. They just couldn't make it make noise. That's what we're waiting on. We're having PowerPoint issues. Maybe this is your sign that PowerPoint is not your best friend. This trial is brought to you by Germex, by the way.
Estimated
Proud
time
sponsor
of
of
arrival
this.
for Attorney Tucker is the next 3 or 4 minutes. So I am going to step off. Hopefully the IT person will get here just to see what difficulties there are that they can fix.
And what we get, I mean, I know you have a charge, there's 2 openings, and then at least our first witness does not require any of the technology as far as the volume. But after
Okay.
that, we will.
But after the first witness, you will. Okay, all right. So let me step off for just a minute, and I'll be right back.
So defendant's counsel is not present. Now we're going to see what the decorum rules are. There we go. Decorum rules say show the camera, show the ceiling when the judge is not there, and no audio, no video broadcast from court. Basically, this is acceptable as no audio, no video because it's a blurry it's a blurry picture. I'm not sure if that's a projector or a ceiling mounted camera. Lawyers late to the first day of trial. Not a good sign. Not a good sign. She had to stand up and say, Judge, just not sure where they're at. I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be here today. I told them it was today. Lawyers late. It's just going to be a few minutes late. Judge has a nice voice. I can't wait to hear how the trial goes. There's our seal. We like that one. It looks like a coin. It looks like you're looking at the back of a simple quarter, right? Like a simple version of the state quarters or something. Her defense attorney has not shown a ton already. Is this a repeat offense for him? Dr. Joe asked a question. If you scroll up, let's see. We got to get Dr. Joe in a color that just pops. I wish I could assign colors for people. Where's CML Joe? Sorry, guys. I was busy watching the courtroom and let chat just go without me. Is anyone able to copy it and repaste it? There it is. Will we be able to do anything with the Zoom feed from Judge Carroll's courtroom during the Maya hearing next week? Dr. Joe, unless we're able to get authorization from Judge Carroll, specifically allowing it, I will not be able to rebroadcast or play the audio. Technology-wise, not a problem. I could show it in an instant. But legally, I guess according to the rules, legally I could get away with it because the judge in Florida has no jurisdiction over me. He can't tell me what I can and can't do with what up here in North Carolina. Just like when he's swearing people into court, he says, if you're outside the state, you have to agree to abide by this. But his rules are that that's not allowed to be rebroadcast or retransmitted. So I can do what I did during the sidebars and just verbalize what's happening. We can all log into Zoom together and also log into like my channel and talk about what's happening in chat while we're watching it separately. That will require 2 devices and it'll be a little confusing. But unless the judge can grant us permission to use it, or unless we can get a camera in the courtroom, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to use the Zoom feed. Let's see. I have not sent the request to Judge Carroll. I need to see what form his courtroom prefers, and if it requires like filing it with the defense counsel and with the plaintiff, if they have to authorize it as well or grant permission. Status. We're just beginning this trial. The defendant is present. The judge has been there. The prosecution is present, but the defendant's lawyer is not there yet. So we're waiting for him to show up. And then I think we've also got some IT tech support that's having trouble with the computer feed. So it might just be a minute. Recovery Addict with Judge Malone. Matt Tucker failed to appear due to a mini stroke. I hope his health is all right. Betty, we think it started. This is a feed from the courtroom right now. So we are trying to watch. Any minute now, the judge is going to step back in and we're going to kick things off with opening statements. Can one of us find out the info for you today? Becca, if you're into doing the research, what we need to know is, let's see if I can get you there. You'll probably want to write down Florida Rule of Judicial Administration 2.450. That's a form that I'm reviewing right now as far as the standards and conduct to make sure it's allowed. But basically, it doesn't tell me how to apply with the judge, and that's what I'm looking for. Appellate review. Let's see, something like criteria, equipment, personnel, pooling arrangements. It just says, subject at all times to the authority of the presiding judge, control the conduct and proceedings of the court, ensure decorum and to prevent distractions, ensure a fair administration of justice in the pending case. Coverage is allowed as long as that they can do that. Okay, let me go back one. I think there's one other document that I have to... The other one would be... Oh, judge is back. Judge is coming back. Here we go. Probably reach out to the 12th Judicial Circuit Court in Sarasota and see if they have a form
again,
for media access, for rebroadcasting Zoom specifically.
We do have a fairly full courtroom, and so there are expected protocols and decorum. There should be no conversations that are carried on, no loud exclamations, any facial expressions that will distract the jury in any way. And so those are the court's expectations, that everyone will conduct themselves with the decorum that I've just outlined. With respect to time frames, when I give a time frame, I do expect that there will be adherence to that time frame in terms of when we commence, when we recess, and when we adjourn. So if everyone would adhere to that, that will be greatly appreciated. I think it will certainly move things along effectively. Are counsels ready?
Ready for the picture. Judge, the state is ready. We do have, I anticipate that I will be invoking the rule of sequestration. I'm sure the defense will join in on that. The Victims' Rights Statute and constitutional amendment permit in a murder case that one member of the next of kin is permitted to remain in the courtroom, and we are requesting that be permitted. She is the first witness and is only going to testify regarding very minute things. She is not a fact witness as far as the incidents that are concerned, and we would request that she be permitted to remain in the courtroom through the charge process and the opening statement.
Okay.
No objection as long as she abides by the court's instructions on Amanda staying in a manner that is appropriate for the court.
Okay. The court will grant the request.
Thank you, Judge.
And the rule of sequestration has been invoked. If there is anyone in the courtroom who is going to be called as a witness, then we're going to ask you to step outside until you're called. Okay. I am going to bring the jurors in at this time. You can bring them in, Mr.
Okay, so this camera, I think we've got 3 cameras. 3 cameras in the courtroom. This one's focused on the defendant. This camera, so there's 2. And then we have 1 in the back of the courtroom. So we should have a pretty good coverage of everything that's happening. Interesting that the sides are very divided. The sides of the room are full. You've got people on each side and then a few people in the middle. And a lot of bailiffs.
There's always a first time for everything, and generally when we stand, we expect the jurors to come in. I'm sure they will be here in just another moment or two.
So that rule of sequestration that the prosecution put in, let's see if I can fix this sound a little bit. It was flattening the top end. The rule of sequestration means that witnesses who are going to testify in the trial cannot be in court to hear other witnesses testify. So once they are released from court, once they're released from their subpoena, they can sit back down and possibly be able to stay for the remainder of court, but they can't be in prior to that. So what this means is during the trial, as witnesses are called, you're going to see them called and the bailiff going out of the room, out into the hallway, calling the person, bringing them in. And then after they're done, they might take a seat in the court. They might leave the courtroom. That's up to them, their choice. If they get released, if they're retained and possibly subject to recall, then they have to go out of the courtroom for the remainder of the trial. That's just the rule. But both sides agreed to that, and they have asked for an exception for a member of the family who's going to be one of the early witnesses.
Welcome back, members of the jury. Hope you all had a good lunch. You've been sworn and empaneled to try this criminal case entitled The State of Georgia versus Hannah Renee Payne. During the introduction, I did read the indictment to you. I am going to do so again. I'm going to go ahead and read the indictment.
These are going to be the charges, okay? Take your notes.
State of Georgia, County of Clayton, in the Superior Court of said county, the grand jurors selected, chosen, and sworn for the County of Clayton to wit, Count 1, the grand jurors aforesaid in the name of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia charge and accuse Hannah Renee Payne with the offense of malice murder in violation of OCGA 1651A for the said accused person in the County of Clayton and state of Georgia on or about the 7th day of May 2019 did unlawfully with malice aforethought cause the death of Kenneth Herring, a human being, by shooting him with a firearm. Count 2. The grand jurors aforesaid, in the name of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Hannah Renea Payne with the offense of felony murder in violation of OCGA 1651C for the said accused person in the county of Clayton and state of Georgia on or about the 7th day of May 2019, while in the commission of the offense of aggravated assault as alleged in count 3, a felony, did cause the death of Kenneth Herring, a human being. Count 3. The grand jurors aforesaid, in the name of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Hannah Renea Payne with the offense of aggravated assault in violation of OCGA 16521 for the said accused person in the county of Clayton and state of Georgia on or about the 7th day of May 2019 did make an assault upon the person of Kenneth Herring with a firearm, a deadly weapon. Count 4. The grand jurors aforesaid, in the name of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Hannah Renea Payne with the offense of felony murder in violation of OCGA 16551C for the said accused person in the county of Clayton and state of Georgia on or about the 7th day of May 2019, while in the commission of the offense of false imprisonment as alleged in count 5, a felony, did cause the death of Kenneth Herring, a human being. Count 5. The grand jurors aforesaid, in the name of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Hannah Renea Payne with the offense of false imprisonment in violation of OCGA 16541 for the said accused person in the county of Clayton and state of Georgia on or about the 7th day of May 2019 in violation of the personal liberty of Kenneth Herring, did unlawfully detain Kenneth Herring without legal authority. Count 6. The grand jurors aforesaid, in the name of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Hannah Renea Payne with the offense of possession of firearm during commission of a felony in violation of OCGA 1611-106 for the said accused person in the county of Clayton and state of Georgia on or about the 7th day of May 2019 did have on her person a Springfield 9mm, a firearm, during the commission of the crime of malice murder as alleged in count 1, a felony, a crime involving the person of Kenneth Herring. The grand jurors aforesaid, in the name of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse in count 7 Hannah Renea Payne with the offense of possession of firearm during commission of a felony in violation of OCGA 1611-106 for the said accused person in the county of Clayton and state of Georgia on or about the 7th day of May 2019 did have on her person a Springfield 9mm, a firearm, during the commission of the crime of felony murder as alleged in count 2, a felony, a crime involving the person of Kenneth Herring. Count 8. The grand jurors aforesaid, in the name of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Hannah Renea Payne with the offense of possession of firearm during commission of a felony in violation of OCGA 1611-106 for the said accused person in the county of Clayton and state of Georgia on or about the 7th day of May 2019 did have on her person a Springfield 9mm, a firearm, during the commission of the crime of felony murder as alleged in count 4, a felony, a crime involving the person of Kenneth Herring, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Tracy Graham Lawson, District Attorney, Clayton Superior Court, May 2019. To this indictment that I've just read to you, the defendant has pled not guilty and denies each and every allegation therein. This is what forms the issue that you have been selected, sworn, and empaneled to try. Now, as I indicated to you before in the voir dire process, I'm not going to ad-lib because the information I'm about to read to you is very, very important. So I am going to be reading quite a bit. I'm asking for your attention and your patience while I do so. I am going to give you preliminary instructions on fundamental principles of criminal law. I will also instruct you on the role of the judge, the jury, and the lawyers, and give you an overview of the trial procedure. The defendant is charged in the indictment with crimes that are violations of certain laws of the state of Georgia. I want to emphasize to you that the indictment, including all the 8 counts that I just read, and the plea of not guilty are the legal procedures by which these criminal charges are brought against the defendant. The charges and the plea of not guilty are not evidence of guilt, and you should not consider them as evidence or implication of guilt of any crime whatsoever. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. The defendant enters upon the trial of this case with a presumption of innocence in her favor, and this presumption remains with the defendant until it's overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you, the jurors, beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crimes charged. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means exactly what it says. It is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. It is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but it is a doubt for which a reason can be given arising from a consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or any combination of these. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to prove their innocence. If, after giving consideration to all the facts and circumstances of this case, your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law, and you should acquit the defendant. But if no doubt exists in your minds about the guilt of the accused, then you will be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. Under our system of justice, it is my duty as a trial judge to determine the law that applies to this case and to instruct you as the jurors on the specific rules of law that you must apply to the facts in arriving at your verdict. During the trial, I may be called upon to rule on motions or objections to evidence. Nothing I say in making these rulings or at any time during the trial is evidence and should not be considered as an indication that I have any leaning in this case whatsoever. My only interest in this case is to see that it is fairly tried, according to the laws and the Constitution of the state of Georgia and the Constitution of the United States. Counsel serve as advocates for their clients and are duty-bound to represent their clients to the best of their ability. The lawyers also serve as officers of this court and as such are bound to follow applicable laws, trial procedure, and rules of evidence during the trial. If at any time the lawyers believe that any law, procedure, or rule of evidence is being violated, they may make motions regarding the conduct of the trial or objections to the admission of evidence. In making those objections and those motions, the lawyers are simply seeking to fulfill their duties to their clients and to the court. Sometimes it's going to mean that the court has to consider the objections and motions outside of your presence. In that event, we will excuse you, you will retire to the jury room, but we will try to minimize these interruptions and the length of these interruptions in this regard. I will now describe to you the trial procedure. First, the attorneys for both sides have the opportunity to make what is called an opening statement, and they will do so very shortly. The opening statement is not evidence. Neither party is obligated to make an opening statement. Remember, what the lawyers say in their opening statements is not evidence, but is an outline of what you can expect the evidence to be. Second, following the opening statements, evidence will be presented by the state in support of the charges contained in the indictment. Evidence can be in the form of testimony given by witnesses or physical evidence. Third, after the state has presented its evidence, the defendant may also present evidence, but the defendant is not obligated to do so. The burden is always on the state to prove each essential element of the offense charged against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. The law never imposes on the defendant in a criminal case the burden of testifying, calling any witnesses, or introducing any evidence whatsoever. After the presentation of all the evidence, the attorneys will have the opportunity to do what is called a closing argument or summation. At this time, the attorneys may suggest which laws are applicable and how they should be considered in light of the evidence, and point out to you certain parts of the evidence that they think are favorable to their position. What is said in closing arguments, just as what is said in opening statement, is never evidence. The goal of the closing argument is to persuade you to decide the case in their favor. Following the closing arguments, I will charge you more specifically on the law that applies to this case. I will then ask you to retire to the jury room to deliberate and to reach a verdict. As jurors, you have a very significant and important role. It is your duty to determine the facts of this case and to apply the law that I will give you to the facts of this case. I will instruct you on the laws that you are to apply. Evidence, by definition, is the means by which any fact in issue is established or disproved. Evidence consists of two things: testimony and exhibits. The object of this trial, ladies and gentlemen, is to discover the truth. During the trial, the admission of evidence will be governed by certain rules of evidence. These rules were drafted with one prominent purpose in mind, and that purpose is the discovery of truth. During the trial, the attorneys have a right to object to the admission of evidence if they believe its admission would violate the rule of evidence. I will admit and exclude evidence according to those rules. If I overrule an objection, that means that you are allowed to consider the evidence being offered. On the other hand, if I sustain an objection, this means you may not consider the evidence being offered. You should only consider that testimony and those exhibits that are admitted, and you should draw no inferences and make no assumptions about the evidence objected to if the objection was sustained. You, the jury, must determine the credibility and believability of the witnesses. It is for you to determine which witnesses or witnesses you will believe and which witness or witnesses you will not believe, if there are those that you do not believe. As the fact finder, it is your duty to believe the witnesses whom you think are most believable. It is for you alone to determine what testimony you will believe and what testimony you will not believe. It is very important that you pay close attention to the evidence as it's presented during the trial. If you're in need of a recess at any time, please raise your hand and I will recognize it, because it's very vitally important that you are as comfortable during this process so that you can focus on the evidence being presented. I know your seats are probably very hard. If you feel you need to bring a cushion in to make it more comfortable so that you can pay attention to the evidence, then certainly feel free to do so tomorrow. It is very important that you view the evidence with an open mind at all times and reach no final conclusions until the trial is over. Do not jump to conclusions before all of the evidence is presented. Also, remember, during the course of this trial, it would be improper for you to discuss this case with anyone or to allow anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence. This applies even to discussions among yourselves, in the jury room or elsewhere, before actual deliberations begin. Should anyone try to discuss this case with you or in your presence, please get that person's name and report it to one of the bailiffs or to me. It is also important that you do not talk with any of the attorneys, the defendant, or any witnesses in this case at any time about anything during the course of this trial. This is necessary because not only must you be impartial, you must also appear to be impartial at all times. For this reason, if you see any of the attorneys in the hallway or an elevator, they will likely avoid you, avoid speaking to you, or they may not even acknowledge your presence. They're not being impolite. Rather, they're simply following the protocol as enunciated by the court. With respect to note-taking, you've been given notepads and pencils and pens for use during the course of the trial. You may take notes, but you're not required to do so. If you decide to take notes, remember that note-taking should not divert your attention from paying attention to the evidence and evaluating witnesses' credibility. Your observation of the witnesses during their testimony can be vital to your determination of the believability of their testimony. The notes that you take are for your use only and are not to be shared with anyone else until you begin deliberation with your fellow jurors. Notes are not evidence, but are only aids to your memory and should not take precedence over your recollection. It is the duty of each juror, to recall the evidence, and while you may consider another juror's notes to refresh your memory, you should rely on your own recollection. Again, your notes must be left in the jury room except when you're in the courtroom. You will not receive a transcript of the testimony of any of the witnesses, so you must remember in the way that you can what works best for you, what the witnesses have said on the witness stand, and after the trial is over, the notes will be collected and destroyed. I instruct you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that you must decide this case for yourself, solely on the testimony that you hear from witnesses and the exhibits admitted into evidence. I am instructing you during the course of voir dire. You heard incident location, Forest Parkway, Riverdale 85. I'm instructing you not to visit the location, to do any sort of investigation. You're instructed to stay away from the incident location. You may not read or listen to any accounts of the trial that may appear in the news media, and they are present in the courtroom, but you're not to go doing independent research or listen to the news during the pendency of this trial. The court may repeat or remind you of these rules during the course of the trial. And now my preliminary introductions to you are complete. Thank you for your attention. At this time, I'm going to allow the state to make its opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. On May the 7th of 2019, defendant Hannah Renee Payne had the audacity to chase, corner, detain, assault, shoot, and kill an unarmed 62-year-old Kenneth Herring who was sitting in his own car. All because she didn't like his driving and she didn't like how he acted. This story begins with Kenneth Herring in his car driving along, and there's pretty much no doubt that he runs a red light in the area that we've all been talking about, near Forest Parkway and Riverdale Road. When he runs that red light, this defendant and another tractor trailer were coming toward that intersection. And Mr. Herring hits the trailer of the tractor trailer. This defendant sees it, and there's another witness who sees it, a correctional officer by the name of Terry Robinson. And everybody pulls off to the side to deal with the fact that there's just been a traffic accident. 911 is called to say, here we are, there's a traffic accident. Mr. Robinson calls 911, and so does the defendant. And there are the truck driver, the defendant, Terry Robinson, and Mr. Herring kind of hanging out on this scene. As it so happens, that just happened to be one of the worst traffic days in that area. 285 was shut down because a battery truck had caught on fire. So law enforcement is kind of blocking the entrance and exits for 285, and then there's another accident somewhere else in that area. So traffic is piled up, cars everywhere, no one can really get anywhere. And it's taking law enforcement a few moments to get to the scene. Well, the defendant didn't like that. She didn't like how long it was taking, and you'll hear that she called back. But you're also going to hear that Terry Robinson called. And he called because he had concerns for Mr. Herring. Mr. Herring appeared somewhat confused after the accident. Kept saying, who hit me? What's happening? Things along those lines. And then started saying things like, I didn't do anything wrong. Some confusion going on with Mr. Herring. And Mr. Robinson is going to tell you that not only is he a correctional officer, he's a correctional officer at a medical prison. And that he made some observations of Mr. Herring that led him to believe that it was a medical issue. He did not observe anything that made him believe that Mr. Herring had been drinking or that he was under the influence of anything. Just that he was having some sort of medical issue. And he would say that it was consistent with medical issues he's observed in the medical prison with people who are having issues with diabetes. And he will testify that he also observed needles in Mr. Herring's vehicle while they're hanging out on scene. And he will tell you that for those 20 or so minutes that everyone is on this scene, no problems. As far as no arguments, Mr. Herring says nothing to the defendant. He does nothing to the defendant. There's no hand gestures. You're number one in my book. I was talked about some in jury selection. None of that. Because Mr. Robinson knew it's best to keep everybody kind of separated and calm. So it's a pretty calm scene. And he will also tell you that there was extensive damage to Mr. Herring's vehicle. Stuff coming out the front, fluid leaking out of the bottom. It's not going to be running for long. He realized at some point, Mr. Robinson did, that Mr. Herring's kind of circling his vehicle. And they begin to think, he doesn't know what's going on. He might get in his car and drive somewhere. So that's why Mr. Robinson calls 911 a second time saying, listen, I asked y'all for an ambulance 20 minutes ago. Something's not okay here. Something's wrong with this gentleman. Where's the ambulance? And the defendant calls. Well, I called y'all 20 minutes ago. And then starts saying, I think he's going to leave the scene. And sure enough, Mr. Herring does get in his vehicle and begin driving. And the defendant, even though the first accident really didn't have very little to do with her, has the audacity to get in her vehicle and chase him. And while she's driving off, Mr. Robinson is basically saying, well, maybe you can get a picture of the tag or get the tag number. Maybe you can get that information. The defendant is narrating what she's doing to the 911 operator, who of course, tells the defendant, ma'am, don't chase him. That's not safe. Don't follow him. We don't need you to do that. But this defendant, as far as she was concerned, was the rightest person she knew. Because she tells that 911 operator, well, I'm not going to follow him. I don't know what he's going to do. I don't like how he's driving, basically. And follows him. And you're going to hear from witnesses who say they saw the defendant, ironically, driving very aggressively to try to chase down the person who had a traffic accident a few moments ago, or 20, 30 minutes earlier. Cutting people off, almost hitting people, jumping over a median to then block Mr. Herring in. You're not going to hear any evidence that she's law enforcement of any kind, has any authority to arrest him, write him any tickets, nothing. Just her authority comes solely from audacity. Blocks him in. And all of this is narrated on a 911 call. And you will hear the defendant screaming, get out of the car! Get out of the car! And witnesses will tell you that she jumps out and is going straight to his driver's side. And one witness tell you she thought that she was hitting the window. But it turns out Mr. Herring's window is part of the way down. And that this defendant is reaching in to where Mr. Herring is sitting in the car, in the truck. A vehicle that she basically pulls over, even though, number one, she was told not to. Number two, she had already given law enforcement his tag number. And number three, she knew that law enforcement was in the area. You'll hear that. Because she talks about it on the 911 call. And she knew that the car wasn't going to go very far. She says that on the 911 call. His car's smoking and stuff, so he's not going to get far. So she could have backed off and just let it be. Nope, not good enough. So she's jumping out screaming. And the witnesses will tell you that they observed her being the primary aggressor. The defendant reaching in and assaulting Mr. Herring. And that they never saw Mr. Herring do anything to the defendant. The most that anyone saw Mr. Herring do is kind of a get away from me. He doesn't know he doesn't know her. Kind of a get away. But they never saw him strangle her, hurt her, punch her, nothing. And nothing in his hands. unarmed. But what happens is because Mr. Herring is trying to defend himself, he moves his vehicle, or either his vehicle goes into gear, is already still in gear. Either his vehicle is still in gear, and while he's trying to deal with the defendant at his door, his car moves forward. And what happens is that he bumps into her Jeep. Her black and pink Jeep. And she's going to tell you, you're going to hear her say that that's why she shoots him. And once that happens, you'll hear an escalation in what she's saying. Get the fuck out of the car! Get the fuck out of the car! I will shoot you! I will shoot you! And that's what the witnesses heard. This is not something she's saying to herself in the privacy of her own vehicle for her own release. She's standing right up on Mr. Herring with a gun in her hand. The witnesses will tell you at some point while she's at the door, she takes a gun off her hip and is pointing that gun in the vehicle. She's the aggressor. That's what the witnesses are going to tell you. You'll hear all of this because she's still on the phone with 911. Phone's a little further away from the window because it's on the ground. Mr. Herring is trying his best not to get shot at this point. Still no weapon. Still trying to get the gun away from him, away from her, whatever. She's the only one with a weapon. So he is trying to defend himself. And after she shoots him, she picks up the phone with the 911 operator going, Ma'am, you are not supposed to follow him. She's going to tell you, the very first thing she says, he hit my car. That's what she says. You will hear her tell you in her own words why she killed this man. Then she tells the 911 operator, he pulled the trigger on my gun and shot himself. That's the level of audacity you're going to hear. Trying to claim this man would shoot himself. When we believe that the evidence will show through the witnesses, video, photographs will prove otherwise. And we expect that you will hear that the law will tell you that doesn't matter anyway. Because if she's the primary aggressor, Mr. Herring can defend himself. But he still never has a weapon, gets out of the car, or does anything. Other than, as you will see, hands up. Maybe trying to get her out of his window. Law enforcement is in the area. In fact, she's still basically on the phone with 911 when they get there. Because, as I just told you, there's a lot of traffic in the area. Cars can't really go anywhere. Nobody's going anywhere fast. So there are other drivers who watch this happen. There are people who are behind the defendant, behind Mr. Herring's car, beside Mr. Herring's car. There are witnesses who watch it. And one of them runs to where he can see that the police are blocking the interstate. And comes down there and says, she just shot somebody. Somebody just got shot. Please come down here. And law enforcement gets there. And as soon as they arrive, they ask, who shot? And the defendant says, I did. And is allowed to politely hand over her gun to a police officer. And you'll see some additional audacity of kind of arguing with the witnesses on scene before she's taken into custody on that scene. You're going to hear from several of those eyewitnesses who were in that traffic area, who will tell you who they saw armed, who they saw being aggressive, who they saw being violent, and that it was never, at any moment, Kenneth Herring. You'll be able to hear the defendant's own demeanor afterward, because for some bit of time she's still talking to 911. And you'll hear her say, well, I'm okay, or I'm safe, but he ain't. Now he needs paramedics. You'll be able to see after one of the witnesses, who happens to be driving by, pulls out his cell phone and videos what portion of it that he could capture. And so not only will you hear her demeanor, her audacity, what we contend will be her malice, you'll be able to see some of it. You will see what happens. She picks up her phone, tells them he needs paramedics, and just walks off. Walks off to her car. During this incident at the door, there's a tear to her shirt, so she puts on another shirt, hangs out till law enforcement gets there. You could hear that there's documentation in the vehicle consistent with Mr. Herring being on insulin. You're going to see that there's needles in the car. His sister is going to tell you that he was an insulin-dependent diabetic. You're going to hear from the medical examiner, who will tell you that this gunshot was the cause of his death, and that all of his toxicology screens were negative. He was not drinking. He was not on drugs. Nothing. But we expect that you'll hear some further audacity today regarding trying to say some bad things about Mr. Herring. We expect that you'll hear some claims that Mr. Herring was the aggressor, despite the fact that he was chased down and cornered and unarmed. That you'll hear a request to consider self-defense for this defendant, despite the fact that we expect the evidence will show that she's not defending herself. She's the aggressor. And anything Mr. Herring did would be to try to save his own life, even though he failed. You're also going to hear some scientific evidence. We're just trying to make sure that you have all of the evidence that we have that we can present to you. They attempted to get fingerprints off the gun. You'll see the gun. They weren't able to do so. There are some prints, but they didn't have anything sufficient to match it to. So no match up to any of the prints they believe that they can find on the slide of the gun. You gotta have a big enough surface to leave a fingerprint. So the slide of the gun is what they did. No match. They then swabbed the gun to see, let's see what the DNA is. And the only DNA that they can match to any one person is the defendant's own DNA is on the slide of that gun. Not a shocker, it's her gun. There were at least 3 DNA profiles on the gun. We know one is male, and that's all we know. One's the defendant, 2 additional, one is male, and that they could not match the male DNA to Mr. Herring. They couldn't create a match to the other 2 profiles.
Couldn't rule them out.
Just going to make sure you know that there's going to be some scientific evidence that's coming your way, just to make sure that you have the full picture. You're going to hear multiple 911 calls, 2 from Terry Robinson, 2 from the defendant, and 1 from one of the eyewitnesses. You'll see multiple photographs, body-worn camera of the initial responding officer, to just kind of, when you see kind of the chaos of the scene, how the vehicles are parked, all of those things. Okay, so I know this is, as we talked about when we were talking about in jury selection some, we thought we were going to keep putting up witnesses yesterday. So we have our exhibits numbered well in advance. So I promise you're going to think when we start telling you what exhibit we're tendering that we can't count. I promise that we can. We're just going to have to go in the order that we have to go in, because I've told you there are some professional witnesses. There are some out-of-state witnesses. And we thought we were going to put those people up yesterday. So we start out with, we're going to start with number 1. But if we end up jumping to number 12, we promise. We can count. So just kind of bear with us. And then we have to go in the order now that we have to go in. That may not seem as smooth, but just to ensure that we are able to get all of these witnesses to appear before you so that you can hear the full story of what happened to Kenneth Herring on May the 7th of 2019. So we appreciate your attention on behalf of Mr. Herring's family. We appreciate your patience, your attention. And at the end of this trial, ADA Nigel Hunter is going to come before you and talk to you about the audacity that you heard, about the malice that you are going to hear, about the felonies that were committed by this defendant with no justification whatsoever, and she will request that you speak the only verdict that tells the truth about what happened to Kenneth Herring on May the 7th of 2019. And that is that this defendant is guilty of malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, false imprisonment, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime. Thank you.
I just checked the...
Assistant Attorney. Okay.
Ooh, there's an objection already. They're going to approach for this one. Just check the notes one more time, the filing. She was not actually charged with audacity, although it seems to be added in the openings here. Malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, felony murder, false imprisonment. That was the unlawful detainment, and 3 counts of possession of a firearm. I think that's what I got during the initial reading. But lots of audacity being thrown around. We've already had one person be kicked out of court. I think he's back now. He got a stern talking to, but he was back there, and the timer on his iPhone went off, and the bailiff was all over that like stink on poop. He was there. He's like, "You, sir, out in the hall." So I think he's back now, but yeah, not good. Make sure your timers are not going to go off during court. Okay, so we've had opening from the state. We expect to have an opening from the defense, unless it is just reserve their right to do that later. Let's see. She was not charged with audacity. Look this up. Audacity. Noun. A willingness to take bold risks. Rude or disrespectful behavior. Impudence. So I think they mean the second one. I believe this is her father on screen right here. Mother right next to him, I believe. But she does have family support in the courtroom. Origin, medieval Latin. Audo. And audacitas. Audacious. Forms late Middle English word audacity. But audacity is the word of the day. I don't want to do a audacity count because I don't think we're going to hear it throughout the trial. And now you guys are probably going to clip this and play it back to me every time she says this for the remainder of the trial. But I don't think it's going to be featured prominently throughout the remainder of the trial. So we'll see. Please give the woman a thesaurus. Let's do this. Synonyms for audacity. Let's do a quick little poll. Boldness. Oh, wait. We might have listen to this. Hello? Hello?
Hello. I'm speaking with the owner of the house.
Yes, Dwayne Bond.
That's great. I'm sorry?
Yes, go ahead.
No, what name you said?
What name? Excuse me? You're breaking up a little bit. You were asking for the owner of the house?
Well-
That's me.
Oh, that's great. My name is David, and I'm calling you from Mastery Duct and HVAC here. We do the cleaning of air supply vents, and currently we are offering you a 50% promotion for all the air vents cleaning for your house, and we are also providing a full free inspection of the AC system. And I believe you have one AC system in your house, right?
Yes and no. We had a little accident with a meth lab, and it contaminated the duct, so everything's taped over right now. But we do need them cleaned.
Oh, I'm sorry?
We do need them cleaned.
I mean, the air vents of your house, you need them to be cleaned?
Yes, we've got them taped off because there was a little incident in the meth lab, and it contaminated the vent a little bit, so we need those cleaned out before it can use it again.
So how many units do you have? Like, is it one AC unit or is it two?
We put in a big commercial unit because we were trying to keep the ventilation going. It was really important to the production to have the ventilation in the house be really good. But then when the meth lab had the explosion, we haven't used it since then, so it's just the one unit.
Well, I understand that you have a big commercial unit, but how many units you have? Like, is it one central AC machine or is it two?
It's one.
I'm not asking for the vent.
Oh, it's just one.
Okay,
a buddy of mine, actually, he got like a 5-finger discount because there was a construction yard where they were putting in a big unit, and he borrowed it from there, and we installed it on our place.
Oh, so is it in Rio?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I believe you.
That's good.
That's good.
That's good.
You have a blessed day.
You too. Bye.
Thank you.
Ivan, you called during the middle of my call. What's up? Oh, it didn't pick up. Didn't pick up. I can't pick up Ivan for some reason. All right, sorry, Ivan. It's not letting me pick up your call. Sorry, poor scammer. He's a little confused. I get these calls. I thought he was asking for Dwayne Bond, and I sort of jumped to the gun to let him know who I was, but it turns out he was just a regular telemarketer offering some choice services. I don't think he was a scammer. I think he was just telemarketer, and now he's really confused. But well, if it's any consolation, the address they have is for some in the other part of the country. So, oh man. Anyway, I am on the do not call list. I've registered my phone on do not call list. I have I don't lose any sleep at night. Winding these people up a little bit. All right. So we've got a very long sidebar here. First big objection. He's a mandatory reporter. No, I think it is sort of still a scam. So hang on, we've got Jules calling in. Just 1 second. Let's see if
Call from.
Hey, Jules.
Listen, I'm driving. I had to run out and do some errands, and you had me rolling with that last call.
Well,
oh my God!
It's perfect timing. We've got a sidebar with nothing happening from the court, so I needed to fill a little time, and it came in on the phone. So I went with it.
That was hysterical. I mean, people. I had to stop at a traffic light, and my windows are down because it's a gorgeous day today, and people are looking like, what the hell is she laughing at? It was priceless. You deserve an award.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Jules. I'm just excited that court has started. We've been waiting for this trial for quite a while to begin. So.
Yes, and I thought that opening argument was rock solid.
It was pretty good. It was exactly what was needed in there. There was nothing that I saw that was objectionable other than, the blatant use of the F-bomb at the top of your lungs. But if that is actually the evidence you're going to hear even that is just, this is what you're going to hear. So
Right. It's. I think I'm gonna really dive into this trial. This seems really, really good.
I think it's going to be a good one. It has some, with the citizen's arrest issues and stuff in there, it has some elements that are unique to this trial. I think it's only slated for about a week, maybe a week and a half. So it's not going to be a long one, but it's probably going to be action-packed.
Did I hear you correctly that the defense attorney is not doing an opening argument?
I'm not sure. He has the option to waive that till later, to put it off until they start their case in chief. But we're going to see right now. We haven't heard if they're going to do it or not, so we're just waiting.
All right. Well, I'm going to hang up so I could hurry up, get home, unload my groceries, and settle in for the rest of the afternoon with you guys.
Sounds good, Jules. Drive safely, okay? They're crazy people on the roads.
I will.
All right.
I know. Believe me, I
Some
know.
of them were laughing their heads off at stoplights. We'll see you, Jules. Bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
All right. Jules, the audacity. I'm surprised this sidebar is taking this long. I'm trying to figure out what defense could possibly have objected to that requires this much discussion. We're coming back.
Okay, Attorney Tucker, you may make your opening statement.
Thank you. And I apologize, you'll have to sit through a lengthy period for us to clarify a few things, but we're here. This is what we discussed when we were talking about it and trying to make sure that y'all had an open mind, a fair mind, and an impartial mind, because there's been a lot of media coverage, there's been a lot of talk about this. And it's finally come the day to put up a show. And as I talked to y'all earlier, making references, when I start a trial or do a jury trial, I try to give something that guides you into keeping your attention into what's going on in the case and kind of an underlining theme to keep your eyes open. And when I was thinking of this case, of course, the evidence will speak for itself. That's the one thing we'd like to come out is the evidence. But we also talked about reading between the lines, making inferences, and looking at the veracity of the witnesses.
Veracity versus
audacity. Which kind of brought this story to me, basically, of a young boy who was out there learning how to shoot a bow and arrow. And he's out there, he's got his father over there, and he's trying to learn to shoot that bow and arrow, and as most people start, he's not coming anywhere close to the bullseye or to the target. So he's out there trying left and right, and the neighbor keeps coming up and kind of laughing at him, saying, "Good luck, boy, try it differently, try it my way." And the dad says, "No, stick the course, do it yourself, watch, learn, listen. You'll never learn anything, you just take somebody else's word for it." So he continues to shoot this bow and arrow, and he's missing, and his dad walks off, and the neighbor says, "One day, son, when you want to learn how to shoot a bow and arrow, come on over here. And look at this." And he points. Lo and behold, there's a tree. And it's got an arrow right in the smack middle of a target. And then he looks at another tree. And there's that arrow, boom, right in the middle of the heart of that target, the bullseye. And he sees another one. And that young boy, just like any other kid, looks around, sees his dad's not there. And he runs over to the neighbor. And he says, "Sir, show me how to do that. I can't hit the bullseye. Can you show me how to do it?" He goes, "Maybe a little later, boy. Maybe a little later." The kid's shaking his head because he really wants to know how to do it. So he walks up on the man. He's in there talking to his friends. And he begs him, "Sir, show me how to shoot. I got to be an archer like you. I want to be able to hit the bullseye all the time."
This is a joke. And this is the
And the man says, "Look, son, I don't have time for you today. Let me just tell you how you do it. I take that bow and arrow, I shoot it into a tree, and then I paint the bullseye around it." And that's what's happening here. We got a situation, and let me, for the record, make it clear. This is a tragic situation. It's a tragic situation because one man has lost his life and the other person has lost their chance to ever really live a normal life. So as we go through here and we see people try to paint a bullseye around an individual, the paint's not going to be there. That's not going to be enough evidence to make it look like a bullseye. It's not even going to be enough evidence to make it look like a target. So when you hear the evidence, and we anticipate the evidence to come out and talk about an accident, not a fender bender, an accident. A truck that runs a red light, nails, not just hits, nails an 18-wheeler, and disables it, puts it to the side. The correctional officer does show up on the scene. He identifies himself as a law authority and a correctional officer, and he's trying to take control of the scene and make sure everything's going on. Unfortunately, like a lot of times in Clayton County, the 911 and the authority doesn't show up in time. People are getting impatient, worried. Is he injured? Is he going to have enough, time for somebody to come in and help their injuries? And in the meantime, the individual that caused the accident is walking around. He's checking out his truck, make sure it's working. He's walking around, a little aggressive, a little faster this time. And on that 911 call, you're going to hear the correction officer say, "Sir, get away from that vehicle. That thing's about to blow. It's smoking. You got radiator fluid coming out of it. This thing's not operational. Move away from it." And he turns, and he talks to the 911 operator and says, "Man, he's over here getting a little crazy. I mean, we don't know what he's going to do." And then you hear him again say, "Sir, get away from that. Don't you leave. Don't you leave." And he turns and starts getting a little bit more excited. And he's telling, "Somebody get a picture of that. Somebody get a picture of that." Finally, Hannah is on the phone with 911, telling them pretty much the same thing. "Man, what? I don't know. This guy's leaving the scene. Get the tag number. Get the tag number." And the correction officer, "Get the tag number. Go, go, go." That's what you're going to hear on 911. You're not going to hear anything different. You're going to hear that. You're going to get to decide what was meant when he tells her, "Go, go, go, get that tag." And she's on the phone with 911. And of course, 911 hearing both, "Can you get the tag?" She goes, "Yes, ma'am, I can. I can get the tag." In a calm voice. Not an excited voice, calm voice. "Do we get it?" And then there's kind of radio silence. No one's really having much of a discussion because in the end, to make sure justice is accomplished, they want to see the tag number to identify who's there, who caused this accident, to hold them accountable. And therefore, they say nothing. They just let her get the tag. She starts rattling off the tag. Then all of a sudden, it's like, "Man, we don't want you to pursue you. We want your safety. We want for your safety to stop pursuing and to come back to the scene of the accident." And that's where she says, "Man, I'm not going to knock down. I mean, he's already caused one accident. Can't I just kind of lay back, scoot back a little bit more, but make sure the authorities know this is the vehicle they're looking for?" She says, "No, I want you both come back right now." And that's when she pulls in front. And then you will see and you'll hear from witnesses and you'll get to see the vehicle. She didn't ram them. She didn't cut them off. There's enough road out there on Forest Parkway and River. You can move around everywhere. And you will see there was sufficient means to go around. I mean, what the heck? He's already drove away from one accident. But it wasn't an accident because she didn't hit him. He didn't hit her. Now, granted, it might not have been the smartest thing in the world to do, but she's young. She sits there and listens to authority. She believes that people still have good in them. And she comes out with the phone. "Hey, I got the police on the phone. You need to go back to that accident. You need to go back here." Only to hear that engine rev up and try to ram. And you hear the engine in the 911, you hear the scream. And yes, You're going to hear the screams turn from the calm person on the phone to somebody, a little frantic. And as she gets up there close with that phone, lo and behold, guess who grabs her and tries to pull her in that car? Now, the witness will tell you, there's no gun pulled at that time. It's just a phone. She just wants them to talk. Here, talk to them. They want to talk to you. They want you to go back. They want me to go back. But that's not what she found out. And she found a very valuable lesson that a lot of people already know. Don't ever walk upon somebody in a car where they're trying to leave the scene of the accident or just leave. You don't know what you're going to find. You don't know what's behind that wheel. You don't know what's in that car. Well, she didn't know what was in that car. There was a lot of things in that car. A lot of things that shouldn't be in that car. They're going to show you pictures of a knife. They're going to show you pictures of a chain or a small, a small saw. Work tools that can be used aggressively to cause substantial, serious, immediate harm. But at that point, she's not thinking about that. She's shocked that the guy grabbed her when he's just trying to hand the phone or let the phone see that the police are on it to talk to him. And upon grabbing her, it's pulling her into the car. And you will see pictures. And you will hear testimony. And you will see scratches all over her neck. Scratches on the back of her head. All these bruises on her face. You're going to see those. These are evidence that are going to come in. These pictures were taken right after the incident. And you're going to see her shirt just ripped completely wide open. And she's there trying not to expose herself. So yeah, she did go put a hoodie on because it was exposing herself. And you'll see this shirt. You'll see the rip. You'll see the pictures of him trying to pull her in the car. And she's screaming, "Get out of it! Get off of me! Get out of the car!" She does let him know she has a gun. And his response, or something that we probably shouldn't say if somebody says they have a gun. But nonetheless, as she's trying to get back from the car, and she's pushing and she's screaming, you'll see the marks on her knees where she's up on her tippy toes get pulled, and she's trying to use her knees to get back. And he's leaning in there trying to grab something. And you'll be able to see the contents of what was in that vehicle. And you'll be able to use your common sense and your experience when you see it to see, what was about to happen, what was going to happen, what may have been said. But nonetheless, she does go to pull the gun. As she's being pulled from this side into the vehicle, and she's being pulled from this side, trying to get her gun, bam, there's another handgun. And you will see pictures. You'll see a quick video that shows what happened. But when you slow it down and you look at the still shots, you're going to see what happened. And you're going to hear the forensic examiner and the forensic for the gun prints come in and say this gun, which is a 9mm, a Springfield, that's notorious for not having the shells jammed. But yet in this case, that spent shell is jammed in that gun. And as the state pointed out to you, there's male DNA all over the top of it. As this gun is being pulled back and pushed back at her. And as they're screaming and frantically pulling and bam, this gun goes off. And you see her grab that phone and immediately, oh my God, he just pulled the trigger on my gun and shot himself. We need an ambulance. We need the EMT out here. Please, we need the EMT. As witnesses walk around talking, asking questions, she's continually saying, where's the ambulance? There's one right there. Get an ambulance here. He just shot himself. She has no malice intent. She's never seen anything like that. 21 years old. But she knows somebody's hurting and they need an ambulance. And then you're going to hear the forensics. And the forensics are going to come in and tell you the projection of that bullet. And what they say, the witnesses, is she just walked up, pow, and shot him. There's going to be a projection. There's going to be an angle. There's going to be a direction these bullets are going into. And you would presume if she's driving, she's right here, if he's grabbing, projection's going to be left to right. But look, if what they're saying is right, but you're going to hear the forensic examiners come in and say, now this bullet can is stuck at close range. It's not way over here pointing. It's at close range. And it's at an angle slightly right to left. Because when the gun is grabbed and turned back, that's the angle it is. That's why the male DNA is on the top of the gun. That is why you see her pull her arm back when it goes off. Because it's being twisted to a point that he's trying to shoot somebody or shoot her. It's not just struggling with the gun. It's an angle of the gun that's being pointed. As he grabbed her and started pulling her in, and the weapon is pulled out and it's pointed and shot. And then she immediately grabs the phone. Like I said, this is tragic. People that have been around, that have driven that road, that know, they don't walk up on cars trying to talk to them civilly and say, hey, here's the police. And that was a learning experience to show the person had to find out. But that doesn't constitute murder. That doesn't constitute having all these charges put on her. She told from the very get-go, immediately, not thinking, well, what can I say or what should I say? She picked up that phone immediately and told him, my God, he just shot himself with my gun. We need an ambulance. If somebody's maliciously trying to kill you, they're going to ask for an ambulance? They're going to pick up the phone and say, hey, let me walk over here and talk to you a little bit. You know, she immediately picks up, screams ambulance, and she says it numerous times when the police are talking to her, when she's talking to the witnesses, and everybody's just in shock. But they all agree. They need an ambulance. And as it was discussed earlier, there obviously was some kind of a traffic or some kind of a delay. Because it took a while. It took a while to get that ambulance out. The second they got there, those EMTs jumped on it, started working on him, talking to him, still breathing, making sure he's okay, trying to get him out of that vehicle, get him to the hospital. And unfortunately, when he gets there, he didn't make it. So as I said, this is tragic. But I implore you, empower you, listen to all the facts. That's all I want you to do, listen to all the facts. They have not been given so far. And my job as an attorney is to try to bring out as many facts as I can so that you have the full picture. Because I anticipate sometime in this trial, you're going to hear verdicts. And you're going to hear, we want you to come to a verdict. And verdict is Latin for seeking the truth. But if evidence is not presented, or it's curtailed or taken away, or left out or manipulated to not give you the full truth, then verdict means seeking a conviction. And at what cost, and at what expense, and what is left out. So I implore you to keep your eyes, ears, look at it, use your experience, listen to the forensic, listen to what they're saying. Sit back and visualize and use your own experience. Could this happen? Is this true? How could somebody do something malicious? And look for a motive. What kind of motive? Motive. Well, they didn't like the driver. I didn't like the driver when they would shoot somebody. Come on, people at 21, they don't want to shoot anybody. They don't want to get involved, really. They want to just get on YouTube and go viral. But not this day. She just tried to help out. She followed what the correction officer told her to do. She followed what 911 said, could you do? And at that time, when they said, all right, stop, she's already engaged. She doesn't think something like this is going to happen. She believes that if you put a phone up there and it's the police, you're going to talk to them or at least respect their authority. And on this day, it wasn't respected. It was knocked out of her hand, and the other hand grabbed her and started pulling her in the car. And some will give accounts of what he said, I got something for you, bitch, or get in here, I've got you, or screaming. And that's when the profanity is going back and forth. I'm not saying it's not going to be screaming back and forth. But what you hear in these 911 tapes, and what you hear going on, there's only one conclusion you can come to. And that's that she was following. As naive as it may be, and some may even say as dumb as it may be, her intentions were good as she followed the direction of authority. And if she followed it, it put her in a situation she'd never been in. And at the result of it, she did the only thing a caring individual would do. We're all human, no matter what. No matter gender, color, race, we're all human. And the only humane thing to do when somebody is shot is try to get help or try to get an ambulance. And that's what she did. As for the proximate cause of the death, and once again, it's a tragedy. So we can look at it and look at all that. But look at all that occurred. Look at what you've got to listen to and what you've got to make a decision to. Because I believe if we can get all this evidence in that I've seen, if we can get all this evidence in, and I don't think we are, if we can get it all in, you're going to be able to make the right decision. And the right decision, not only can you look at the state when you make that decision, but you can look at Hannah Payne in the eye too. And you can know right here and right here, you made the right decision based on the evidence you heard, based on the evidence you saw, based on the experience and knowledge you had. So I welcome you to sit and listen to all this evidence. I will try my best to bring in as much as I can. There will be some objections. There'll be some stuff taken out that's probably going to go. Why was that taken out?
Judge, I'm going to object to that comment. That's an absolutely inappropriate comment. As you just instructed this jury, their job is to not consider evidence that was properly excluded because it doesn't comport with the rules of evidence. And so his encouragement to consider what I object to and to consider what's excluded is highly inappropriate, and I would ask that the jury be instructed to disregard that comment and that counsel be instructed to not make any such further inappropriate comments.
And Your Honor, I would say I'm not referring to what we had a conference about. There's going to be other issues that are just not there. And the jury has the right to sit back and say, why isn't it there? I'm not specifically saying the one that we had it, but there's going to be a lot of stuff that's not there. And they're to use their knowledge and experience to understand if they carry their burden beyond a reasonable doubt. And evidence not being presented helps them in that decision.
So I'm going to sustain the objection and instruct you not to engage in that, Attorney Tucker.
Engage in missing evidence?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I apologize. But you'll have enough to see. You'll have your own experience, your own knowledge. You'll get to make your decision based on what you see and what you know. I feel comfortable that when you see all this and you hear it all, there's no audacity. There's no somebody being malicious. It's a situation that somebody very young got put in, following the direction of authority, that by the grace of God, she's alive to say today. And I don't want to take away from the tragedy of the loss, because it is. But I do want you to look at how it came to be, and if somebody has committed malice murder, or felony murder, or false imprisonment. This is a young girl doing what she was told to do, and you will hear the evidence. And I won't take any more of your time because I'm ready to get in that evidence. Thank you so much, and at the end of the trial, as I said, no matter what decision you come to, be able to look at the state, be able to look at my client, say he made the right decision. And I believe once the evidence is done, you'll be able to do that and let her know she's not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Tucker. Is the state ready to call its first witness?
You guys, this is going to be a spicy trial. This is a family member, I believe. First witness, family member, Becky Herring. Wow. Never heard of speaking objections that lengthy being allowed in front of the jury like that. That is crazy.
You would remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give before the court in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You can take your hand down and have a seat.
And Ms. Herring, I'm just going to ask you to project into that mic so that everyone in the courtroom and the court reporter can hear you. Thank you.
Mostly just
If you
us.
would please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Vicki Lynn Herring.
And can you spell all three of your names?
VICKIELYNNHERRING.
And are you related to Kenneth Herring?
Yes,
And how were you related to Kenneth Herring?
I'm his baby sister.
When was Kenneth born?
1956.
Okay.
Yes.
And how much older was he than you?
I was born in 1963
And where did y'all grow up?
in Norman
Making us
Park,
do
Georgia.
math.
In the time that you spent around Kenneth, were you ever aware of any medical conditions that Kenneth had?
I know that he was a diabetic, severely.
Were you aware of any type of medications or anything that he had to do in order to manage his severe diabetes?
He was insulin dependent.
And when you talk about insulin dependent, are we talking about pills or injections?
He was on injections at the time.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes, you may.
Showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit number 1. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 1?
Yes,
And how do you recognize that?
that is my brother.
And is this a photograph that you provided to the DA's office so that the jury would be able to see what Mr. Herring looked like in life?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of your brother?
Yes.
At this time, the state tenders State's Exhibit number 1.
Any objection? Okay, admitted without objection.
And we would request the opportunity to display, which is being displayed. Your Honor, those are all the questions that I have for Ms. Herring.
Okay,
You can take that down.
Attorney Tucker, any cross-examination?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Where shall we place this? Is this good?
I hope you got to see that display.
My condolences to
The
you for
moments
your
of
loss. My name is Matt Tucker. I'm the attorney for Miss Payne over here. And I just have a few questions to ask. What kind of work was Mr. Herring in?
At the time, he was doing some odd jobs.
Okay. Did he wear a suit all the time? I saw the picture of him in a suit. Did he wear a suit all the time, or did he wear kind of work clothes? Or?
He wore work clothes when he worked.
Okay. And did he do a lot of work out of his car? Did he have a bunch of tools and, I guess, things to assist him in his job?
He may have, yes.
Okay. You weren't familiar with what was in his truck?
No, as I was not there at the time, I didn't know what was in his truck at the time.
And I don't have to just restrict it to that time. Did you ever see his truck?
I know that truck because it belonged to my father.
Okay. So, but you didn't know the contents, what was in the truck, correct? You just knew it was your father's truck passed down?
I didn't know what was.
What do you have in his truck other times? Do you know?
And Judge, what's the relevance of what he would have in his truck on any day other than the one that we're talking about here?
Your Honor, there's going to be a lot of items and pictures that are shown. I just want to know how long those items were in the truck, if people had knowledge of it being in the truck prior to that day.
Okay, I'm going to sustain the objection and ask you to move on in terms of the questions because I don't find it relevant.
Okay. You stated that you knew he was diabetic, correct?
That is correct.
Did he have one of those EpiPens that they would use to inject insulin or to assist if he was having a flare-up or diabetes, low sugar or high sugar?
I had not seen one. I had seen him use a needle.
Okay. Did you ever assist him with that needle?
I did not.
Did he ever say he had problems injecting with that needle or any needles?
He never disclosed any to me.
Okay. And he never said anything about an EpiPen that would be kind of the alternative of taking the needle out and injected himself?
I never discussed it with him in depth.
Okay. So, but you said you knew he had diabetes.
I do.
And were you there at a doctor's appointment when the doctor disclosed, or did he disclose it to you? Or
he disclosed it to me. Yes.
And he never once talked about the EpiPen versus an injection.
He did not have that discussion with me.
Okay. And how many times did you see him use an or do an injection?
I saw him on a couple occasions.
Okay. Do you know how much he had to inject into him, or?
I do not, and I never asked.
I'm trying to find out the amount.
Well, let me allow Chief Assistant to make the objection.
And I didn't. I stopped.
Okay.
Based on race.
Okay.
So you weren't that familiar with these injections. You just knew that he had done them from time to time, correct?
Yes.
She withdrew her objection.
And you weren't present at the doctor's appointment when he was diagnosed with this or told how to handle the injections?
No.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay. Any redirect from the state?
No, Judge.
Okay. May this witness step down?
We are requesting that she be excused so
Okay.
that she may remain in the courtroom.
Okay. And
There's no objection as we discussed earlier.
So you're excused and you may remain in the courtroom.
So she's not going to be forced to leave the courtroom. She can stay there. The only complaint I have about this court so far, they're still figuring out the audio system. I think they have the right pieces in place as they sanitize everything.
They may call its next witness.
They have the right pieces in place.
Calls Terry Robinson.
Terry Robinson. They're going to go out in the hall and get Terry. The only complaint I have is the pan-tilt zoom cameras are set on autofocus, and they're set to focus on the closest object. So everybody, the microphones are in focus, and the people behind them are not. It's something I do often, like right now. So I'll fix it here. Okay, now I'm in focus. This trial's going to take about a week, I think. But then it took a little bit longer than normal to seat the jury, so we'll see.
Mr. Robinson, are you going to swear him in, ADA Hunter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you will provide to this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may have a seat. Pull yourself up to the microphone. If you feel comfortable, can you remove your mask and talk clearly into the microphone so the court reporter can take down your testimony? If you don't feel comfortable, then just make sure you speak clearly into the microphone.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Terry Robinson, TerryRobinson.
And Mr. Robinson, what is your current occupation?
I work for the Georgia Department of Corrections.
And what do you do for the Georgia Department of Corrections?
I work in infirmary operations, securing inmates, managing those particular things that operations we have for the state of Georgia.
Okay, and you stated you work in the infirmary. Can you give us kind of your duties and responsibilities and what your day-to-day would look like in that role?
Well, in that particular role, what we do is manage, making sure that our the offenders are taken care of when they come into our facilities. We're generally similar like a hospital, but making sure that our operations are management, making sure that these particular offenders are taken care of. That's basically it, by watching over them and keeping them secure.
Okay, do you work closely with any of the nurses in these facilities?
Of course.
And what are your duties as far as the nurses are concerned?
Making sure they're safe, making sure that nothing takes place with them, watching them as they manage placement and give out medical or assisting the offenders as needed.
This is the other witness to the accident.
Okay, have you ever been involved with inmates who are having medical conditions?
Yes, all the time. I mean, basically when they have certain things when it happened with them, we called the nurses down to make sure that see after them and everything. Basically, just making sure that the nurses are aware, and that the doctors come down to just as well.
And have you had the opportunity to just observe the inmates when they're either diagnosed with certain conditions or being treated for certain conditions?
We do. We pay attention to that, but basically just when they're saying that this particular offender has this particular disease or either something's taking place with that particular offender, and that's about it. But we don't diagnose it. I'm not a medical. I just make sure that, again, making sure that the nurses and doctors are secured.
And how long have you worked in that role with the Georgia Department of Corrections?
8 years.
And have you had the occasion to observe patients who were diagnosed with diabetes?
Yes, we have.
And have you observed what physical manifestations may occur in the event that someone with diabetes may be having a particular condition or episode?
When they're going on a certain shock or something like that, and basically we did see how they get seizures and stuff of that nature and stuff, but other than anything else that's severe, mostly the nurses are there to help them give them medication before they go into that certain stage. But if they go into a certain thing, we observe like some of them may have like yellow eyes, glassy eyes of that nature stuff, or having a diabetic shock or something like that.
Now, are you currently post-certified?
Yes, I am.
And were you post-certified on May 7th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were you on duty on May 7th, 2019?
No, ma'am. I was off duty. That was one of my off days. I was off.
So you weren't in uniform?
No, ma'am.
Police officer.
Now let's talk about an incident that you witnessed that occurred on May 7th of 2019. Did you witness a vehicle collision on May 7th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did that collision occur?
Clark Howell and Forest Parkway.
And is that location in Clayton County?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that area?
Yes, I am.
And how often would you say you've driven in that area?
Plenty of times. Before the fifth one-way came, I've been in Atlanta mostly 38 years, so yes.
And do you recall why you were in that area that day?
Heading home. Unfortunately, I was leaving Camp Creek, but there was an incident on 285. I boarded 285, came across, got on highway. Came on Interstate 85, worked my way around. There was another incident on Riverdale Road, Upper Riverdale Road. Worked my way around towards the airport, where the cargo area is, and that's when I took Clark Howell, because they were saying 75, 85, there was an accident over there. So I worked my way around to come down to Clark Howell.
So the traffic conditions were just really horrible on that day?
It was weird. I never seen 3 accidents in one day, but that was taking place and happening.
Now, did you witness the entire incident that occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, can you tell us what happened during that vehicle collision on Clark Howell and Forest Parkway?
As we were approaching the light was green. The vehicles were turning to the left, and the truck I know was turning right. All of a sudden, I seen this maroon vehicle come, bam, hit the side of the truck. It lifted up, came to a stop. When I was approaching, coming down, I saw the maroon vehicle, and I saw the gentleman kind of slumped over a little bit. That's what made me pull over to see if he was okay. Then when I got a car, that's when I asked the gentleman, is he okay? And then the truck driver came up next, and then just basically making sure the gentleman's okay. That's when I called 911.
All right, so just to be clear, can you describe the vehicles that were actually involved in the collision, what they looked like in their color?
Like I said, it was a white 18-wheeler. The truck, I don't know I forget the name of the truck, but the company, but the maroon vehicle, and I seen the Jeep, and there was another. I think there was another car. I think it was a white car on the other side.
So what vehicles actually collided during that incident?
The actually collided was the maroon vehicle and the semi truck.
All right, so you got out of your vehicle, and tell me what specifically you did once you pulled your vehicle over.
Again, once I pulled over, I went to the driver who was in the maroon vehicle and asked whether he was okay. He looked confused, dazed. I was looking at him and said, well, you know, do you need any help and assistance? That's when I called 911, asking if he needed help. And he said, what happened? I said, sir, you okay? You know, he said, well, what happened? What happened? I said, sir, you was in a car wreck incident. And then that's when again, like I said, the other driver came up and he said, is he okay? Is he okay? I said, well, let's see if I get in a bus here. You need an ambulance. And that's when, like I said, was recorded on a 911 call. That's when I asked for assistance.
Now, when you made contact with the driver in the maroon truck, what were your observations of him physically?
Physically, the scene that he was, again, out of it. Like I said, I noticed his eyes were a glassy effect. Again, again, not being a professional, a doctor or anything, just saying that was he going through a diabetic situation or whatever. I didn't smell any alcohol on him, of that sort, but I just noted that the gentleman was, you know, out of it.
So you didn't smell any alcohol?
No, I did not.
All right, after you checked on the victim or the driver in the maroon truck, what did you do? Did you check on anyone else?
Yes, checked on everybody, make sure they were fine. I noticed Miss the other young lady who was driving the Jeep, asked her if she was okay. She said she was okay because her vehicle went up on the ramp side. And other drivers, they were okay, but some of them just left the scene because they avoided hitting him. So the only one checking on was her and the truck driver.
Okay, I'm going to hand you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 2. Are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
And how are you able to be familiar with that area?
Travel that way a lot. Travel that way, like I said, when making delivery, when I'm going that way of avoiding traffic of a 285 or either 75, 85, you know, take this way to travel out. So yes, I'm familiar with this area.
And is that the area where the incidents would have occurred?
This incident right here, this is Forest Parkway, Penis Boulevard. This is where, when I came up, when I left the scene that's further down the way, Clark Howell and Forest Parkway, that's when I came up and asked what took place and happened, because I just seen the scene, and I said, something took place with that.
You would have traveled that route to get to that location?
Yes, I had to come from Clark Howell heading west to get to this location, because this is at the corner where the McDonald's is, and this is 285 right here.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 2 into evidence.
Any objection? Okay, admitted without objection.
Let's focus on the case, guys. We've been waiting for a trial to start for a long time. Let's focus on the trial instead of any disagreements we might have. Heidi, welcome to the gallery. Look at that. yellow
Your Honor,
courthouse
we will
letter.
also be submitting State's Exhibit 2A for demonstrative purposes, which is just an enlarged photo of the map that was just submitted into evidence, the State Exhibits 2.
Okay, admitted without objection?
And yes, ma'am, move around to see this. Is or she places.
Okay.
I'm actually surprised the defense didn't object to some of the testimony that this witness offered, specifically medically, when he says he's not trained medically. He does work in an infirmary, but he's more as a guard for providing safety, securing the incident. There's our scene. Imagine we're going to see that image a lot. It's going down. Timber. This is why you buy the $20 tripod easel instead of the $10 easel.
I'll just Vanna White.
Oh, good. She's going to Vanna White it. Exhibit A.
All right, Mr. Robinson, can you identify the direction where you would have come from the initial incident of the vehicle accident?
I would have came from this direction right here, heading again west to this location on this one. I would have came from the west, heading from east, heading west this way.
All right, thank you. Now, what damages did you observe to the red maroon truck after the accident?
The front end was heavily damaged. Radiator fluid, oil, water was leaking out. As I observed, and everything was heavily damaged at the front.
Was the vehicle operable?
At the time, it wasn't because it was off. But we see it happen that he was able to turn it on and leave the scene. Because I was thinking that, as me and the truck driver, this vehicle not going anywhere. Because after seeing all that on the floor, on the grounds right there, I assumed that, hey, the vehicle was disabled.
Okay, and you stated you did call 911?
Yes, we did. Yes, I did.
But was it westerly?
All right, and Mr. Robinson, how many times did you call 911 this day?
Twice.
Okay. I'm showing you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 3. Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you recognize it to be?
The recording of the 911 call.
And have you listened to those 911 calls?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know that this disc is specifically the 911 calls that you listened to?
Because I initialed it right here.
And was the 911 call you listened to accurate as to what the call was on that day?
Of that day, yes.
And Your Honor, State would like to move State's Exhibit 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
Presuming that as soon as it starts, it's his voice and it's identified as 911, no objection.
Okay, admitted without objections.
Sorry.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
I can turn up the quiet stuff, but it's... This is the first 911 call. This should be him on the phone with the dispatcher. Let's see if I can boost some of this. Oh man, the Brown Barn, that is terrible. That is terrible. Are you guys both okay? Bailiff is becoming tech support now.
Hey, we got an accident up here by Clark Howell and Forest Parkway. Clark Howell and Forest Parkway. A truck, unfortunately, hit a vehicle, and I'm looking at the guy now. He's pretty good. He's moving and everything. But we had a truck that had an accident with a vehicle. Clark Howell and Forest Parkway.
What kind of truck is it?
It's a semi-tractor trailer, and it's a pickup truck.
A red Dakota?
Yeah, red Dakota.
Okay, the student, you want to start at dessert?
So do you need assistance? Do you get an ambulance? Sir. It's okay. You need an ambulance assistance? He's not saying anything. Sir, you okay? Yeah.
Okay, you're just saying that you need assistance? You need an ambulance or no?
All right. So, do you need assistance? Do you need an ambulance, okay? Well, I mean, you hit this, well, are you okay?
We have police en route for this.
Yeah, tell me where. I'm a state officer. I work at a GDC. So, yeah, that's 540 over.
Did any airbags come
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Nah, see that.
I'm sorry.
You know, man, I'm talking to the gentleman who drives the tractor trailer truck. And he was the car swerving in. You know, they know what happened. She fell asleep. So you need to be into that. Don't start it. Don't start it. You're smoking. Sir, just stop. Right there, right there.
Are they obstructing the roadway?
I saw from the when I saw it coming out. I saw the car coming. So it be discussed. Yeah, I see because the light was green. Yes. You have to break. You have to break.
Okay, so we have to apologize. Yeah, okay?
Yes, ma'am. We'll apologize for that.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Robinson, why did you continually ask for an ambulance during this 911 call?
Concerned about the victim. He was out of it, back and forth, you know, and like I say, he was, you know, his eyes, the way he was carrying on, how he was looking and everything, I was concerned. And I felt like I need to have an ambulance there to observe him.
Okay, and after you made that 911 call, what other observations did you have of the victim?
Well, he got out the truck. He walked around the vehicle and everything. He was walking around the vehicle, just making sure that, you know, just walking around. But he didn't, you know, make the attempt and do anything strange at that time, well, I can recall. And that was basically it. He was just walking around. And I was talking to the other person, on the truck driver, and talking to the young lady there. And that was basically it. And we was just waiting for Clayton County to appear. Clayton County or either ambulance would come.
Now, after you made the first 911 call, did you have any other communications or conversation with Mr. Herring?
When he started to get, you know, what he got back into the truck. When I called, he got back into the truck, and I said, "Well, sir, you okay?" Like that, and he said, "I'm ready to go." Like I said, "Sir, you can't go anywhere. You know, can't go anywhere." He was in an incident. You can't leave the scene like that. And after that, he just, you know, was sitting there, and I was still talking to them, and all of a sudden, he turned on the vehicle, and I was like, "Well, sir, you can't do anything. You can't move. You can't move." And that's when he put it in drive and floored it. And I was like shocked. I said, "Well, oh, this vehicle moving." I thought it was disabled. And thinking in my mind, I should have took the keys. That came in my mind. I should have took the keys and stopped. But again, just thinking that the vehicle be disabled. It wouldn't be able to drive off. But right there, that happened.
And once Mr. Herring got back in the vehicle, when did you make the second call to 911?
After, that's when he, again, waiting for them to come and everything, and saying, hey, what's taking them so long? I understand this incident's taking place, but what's taking so long? And then that's when between that time when I made that phone call, that's when he accelerated off.
Now, how much time had passed between the first 911 call and your second 911 call?
It was like way over 20 minutes, because we was trying to figure what's taking so long.
Now, did the defendant and Mr. Herring ever speak or communicate with each other while they were on scene?
No, she was standing over there by the truck driver. She had communication with him, just talking to him right there. They did make conversation.
And did you secure the area, the scene, to keep people separate and apart?
Well, basically when I told them who I was and everything, just saying I was off-duty officer, state officer, and that was it. Basically, I'm here just waiting for just here to help and wait for assistance to come in. Basically, we're asking for Clayton County or either the ambulance to come on that. But everybody was standing where they were. She or he was not near the driver.
So they never exchanged words?
No, not at all.
All right, I'm going to play your second 911 call.
So she wouldn't have known that his medical condition, or have known that he wasn't drunk.
It's been over like 20 minutes now, and no police or no ambulance has shown up at this location. And like I said, it's involved already told us, and I just pulled up at this moment in time.
Yes, and just all we already have someone on site.
The reason why I'm asking that is the driver who caused the accident, I think he's upstairs. Something's going on with him. And so the thing about we're trying to tell him to turn his vehicle off of the smoke, and he's not following command. So that's why I'm asking to see what it does. He's moving the trigger. He's going to drive off, man. He's driving off. He's driving off. Take the picture, driving like, take the picture, quick. He's driving off. He's driving off. And he headed towards Riverdale Road. Upper Riverdale Road. That's what he said.
What kind of vehicle is
He's in the red Dakota. Get out the road, sir. Get out the road. Hurry up.
What's the tag number?
Red Dakota, front end damage to his Red Dakota. Did you get a picture of the driver's license? Tag. Oh, man. Let's get out the road. Get out the road. He's headed for Riverdale Road, heading for 285 area. Riverdale Road. He's heading heading west on Forest Parkway towards the area. Okay, good. Go. Now the other driver who was and she's going to take a picture of the stairs. Yeah, he's fled. He's an African. Two vehicles. Here's the vehicle in the truck. Truck is still here. Driver, truck is still here. So step on the road. Just step on the road, please. So he's in a red Dakota. It's a 96 model, 97 model. He has he's an older black gentleman, gray hair, blue shirt on, and front end damage. Had to be front end damage to the front. I knew he was going to do something. If I was in uniform, I would have to you, but I did. So.
Okay. Anyway.
He's heading towards that area. If we get reason like that way, I knew traffic, I knew it was an incident of that Payne opening, and there's another officers on that field. I knew it was RHA 5933. There it was. RHA 5933. RHA 5933.
I got it. Robert Henry Adams 5933.
okay? It's okay. She got it. She got it. It's all good. Yeah. Hopefully the lady in the Jeep was almost in the residence, so she turned around and she went after them. So she's gonna take a picture of the vehicle and stuff. Can't you believe I knew he was something wrong with it, yeah. I knew it. It's crazy. But he's not going to get far. The truck is going to overheat. His truck is going to overheat. Okay, ma'am, you have my number. If anything, y'all can get me back. But I'm here with the driver of the truck, the semi-truck, and everything. So my number, you have it.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right.
Now, Mr. Robinson, when you stated, take a picture of the tag, who were you talking to?
I was talking to the driver, the Jeep driver.
And do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you describe her by an article of clothing? Well, can you describe them by article of clothing they're wearing, identify where they're sitting in the courtroom?
They're sitting over to my right. She has long brunette hair, and she has a blouse on with a cross.
All right, let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in open court. Now, when you contacted 911, where was the defendant physically at that time?
Hey, she was standing off to the side. I mean, she was just standing off to the side over there, just really by herself, standing to the side.
Now, when Mr. Herring got in his vehicle, where was the defendant physically standing? Or
again,
where was she?
Again, standing up to the side. She was over there towards her vehicle and just standing to the side.
Now, when Mr. Herring began to drive off, where was the defendant physically?
At first, I didn't observe where she was. Then I was focusing on him where he was going, and then all of a sudden I seen her vehicle coming to the side, and then that's again, it's a yes, go get his tag, get his tag. And I was telling her, get his tag, take a picture of his tag.
So was the defendant already in her vehicle?
Yes.
When you told her to take a picture of the tag?
Yes, she was moving. Yes.
Now, outside of what we hear on the second 911 call, did you specifically tell the defendant to pursue Mr. Herring?
To pursue, well, again, told her to go get the tag.
So you did tell her to?
No, I didn't tell her to apprehend or cause to or stop the vehicle. Just told her to get a picture of the tag. Because at the time I didn't have a picture of the tag.
So did you tell the defendant to stop Mr. Herring's vehicle if she was able to catch up to him?
No.
Did you tell the defendant to use whatever means, including deadly force, to stop Mr. Herring from getting away?
No.
Now, did an officer ultimately arrive to the incident location?
Yes.
Now, do you know how soon the officer arrived after the defendant left the scene?
It had to be like, if I can recall, at least another 10 minutes. Give or take 8 to 10 minutes, because that's when he rolled up. And he said, and I noticed a black vehicle heading fast SUV heading fast towards on Forest Parkway, heading in that same direction, the Riverdale Road. And then he said, well, there was an incident down there. I said, well, I'm going down here. I'm going to drive down there to see if they caught up with the person and everything, because I know the vehicles were coming fast. So I did, and that's when I drove down there, and I seen the commotion, and I got up, I parked my vehicle over towards McDonald's. I said, what happened? What happened? They said she shot her. I said, who shot who?
Your response, 8800.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, I will sustain the objection, and the jury will disregard the hearsay. Do you have cross-examination? Okay, here's what I'm going to do. The jury, they've been sitting for a while. I'm going to give a quick break and then allow you to do the cross-examination. So it's 4:15. Again, I know some of you have child care arrangements to put in place. I'm going to give you an opportunity to do that since we may be here past 5 o'clock. And I'm going to go ahead and it's now 4:15. Just be back at approximately 4:35. Thank you.
Okay, so attorney's like, stand up, on your feet. This is the point where you stand. 1776 is the seal there. I like that other seal better than this one. This one looks clip artish. Clip artish. That's a word. That's my word of the day. I have the audacity to say that. All right. So we've heard openings from both sides. I have to admit, there was a couple parts in the defense opening that didn't seem logical to me. That didn't seem like that's the way it went. But if all the evidence is there to back up what he says, if he says you're going to hear the recordings, this is what's going to happen, she may have a defense. She may have a defense to this. I'm trying to keep an open mind here on looking at this both ways. I realize, I think everybody will admit that she did something stupid. But doing something stupid and doing something illegal are different. And it's possible that doing something stupid led to a situation that created this whole thing. But if it's not illegal, you can't fault her for doing that. So I will ask everybody. I realize we've been very impatient waiting for a trial for a long time, as we've been waiting for a jury to be seated. Let's all give each other a big group hug. We're all friends here. We do ask that we don't have any personal attacks in chat. Everyone dial it back. I occasionally make mistakes and cause problems that way as well. So just take a deep breath. A few of you, like about 15, might notice that you haven't noticed that tomorrow about this time is the next time you can chat. We were trying to just tamp things down a little bit because conversation went all over the place a little bit. I encourage the mods to do that. That's on me. If you have a problem, reach out to me on the burner phone. It's not that we're personally have any problems with anybody. We just want to remind everybody that we're all friends here, that we get along. We're excited to be watching court again, and we'll go from there. All right. If you do see a message of yours that gets deleted, let's see. It's I should have taken my camera off when I was on the phone. Oh. Personal opinion. I like to keep my camera on because if I take my camera off, I get a million comments of like, "Where are you at? Where are you at? You're missing this." And I know I'm not missing it, but for me, it's easier to keep my camera on. I just muted my mic so it wouldn't distract you. She might have to testify if she's claiming self-defense. Dominique, I think you're right. I think this is going to be a strong point because we have some views of the incident, or we have some views of the incident that we'll hear about. Here, let's go. Hey, you guys want to be in the shot? Or is Mrs. R.A. home? No? Okay. The kids are all playing iPads down on the floor. And they're like, you want to be in the shot? Sure. There you are. You're in the shot, little R.A. That's the one that wasn't feeling good. He's feeling much better now, so that's cool. There you go. All right. You guys can be right there. That's fine. I think she might have to take a stand if she's going to go the self-defense route. This is break time. We have about let's see, 10 minutes left of break, a little less than 10 minutes of break. Nana says, I like the judge's slow talk. I like that she thinks it out. I'm very surprised that she lets the speaking objections go. There's so much being spoken during the objection that, I can imagine, now that I've heard the speaking objections, I understand what's going on at the sidebar that took forever. Christy, thank you very much. I appreciate everyone's patience. This is an amazing community, honestly, and I think we're all just excited to have to have court again. So we've got relatively good audio. I'm doing what I can to clean it up so we can hear everything. It's a little bit of a challenge that way, but we'll get it dialed in. It is sad that because to a normal citizen it can look like a violent drunk and not in a medical emergency. Vortex Rose, the witness that just testified, this Terry Robinson, he said that when he saw the accident and he talked to the guy, that the defendant never came over and talked to the victim, so she never would have known if there was a smell of alcohol. She kept her distance there, so she didn't have that information. And he used something that was interesting to me in that he described the defendant as he left, hopping in his car and just taking off, like, the bat out of where. Which is an interesting description for that. Really interesting. Ricky, thank you very much for gifting 5 memberships, my friend. Thank you very much. Very generous of you, Mr. Ricky Watson. It's a short break. The judge gave this break to the jury so they can secure child care for their children because we might go past 5, and it's 4:15. So this is interesting. We're probably going to be ending court a little early every day, is my guess. I'm thinking 5 o'clock is about where we're 5:15 is what we can plan on. I am loving the lawyers. We have 3 so far that we've met. I think there's only 1 on defense and 2 on prosecution, or the district attorney and assistant district attorney possibly, or maybe they're both ADAs. I like their styles, their speaking style, the story. I never would have expected we would have had William Tell included. Wasn't it William Tell? Is that the guy that the apple on the forehead, or not on the forehead, on the top of the head? Yeah, it's William Tell to shot an apple off his son's head. I didn't expect that story to come in from the defense, but he did paint a vivid picture about how he believes the state has painted a target around the evidence they've found and what that means. Hey, what's up? Awesome, good job. Self-defense is her claim. Purple Haze, yes and no. She's saying that he, in the struggle, she was trying to defend herself, and in the struggle for the firearm, the victim himself caused his own death by making the gun discharge. And the testimony, if this is true, now just from my understanding of the firearm, there are a couple bits of testimony that we heard in the defense case that may support a struggle over the firearm when it went off. Okay, the one is the DNA on the top of the gun. That would be consistent with what was available to grab if they were struggling over a gun. The second would be the stuck cartridge, the spent cartridge that did not eject fully or it didn't cycle properly to feed the next shell in, because this is a semi-automatic handgun that was used. And it's a very reliable gun. Springfield makes a very good. Springfield Armory, great guns as far as functional use. They operate well. They're built to a high standard, and so it would be rare to have one that jams. Typically, a jam would be found in a gun of a lower quality or inferior ammunition. So we'll have to hear about that. But the two together, DNA on the top and a jammed firearm, might indicate that there was a struggle, and that top slide, the action when the gun is discharged, was inhibited by the struggle causing the jam. So that supports the defense theory a little bit, but it still doesn't say whose finger was on the trigger. This is an AI-generated seal. It is. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing? We're all on camera. Is that cool? Come on in. We've got there's 5 of us. We're going to be 6 here in the studio, and it's a small studio. Okay. Let's see. See a couple more messages. The arrows in the target analogy was weird. It was weird that he told the story that long, especially when he has, he's got X amount of time to present his opening. I'm not sure if he had X amount of time. Typically, the opening is going to be, this is what you're going to hear. And I was surprised that the prosecution didn't object to his story in the middle of opening. That's a great story for closing. But you're not going to hear a story about archery and a neighbor, learning from a neighbor how to get bullseyes with a bow and arrow. In the case, the opening should be, this is what the evidence is going to present. This is what you're going to hear. We're going to show you this. You're going to hear from this person. You're going to get this testimony and reach this conclusion. Or we'd like you to reach this conclusion. But very, very interesting. It's a studio party. We're all here. I think the kids are gone now and just Mrs. R. Hey, how you doing? Good. Did you have any of that banana bread left? Or did it all go? If you were to find like a plate full of that warm sliced banana bread that you fresh made for me today, and it were to find its way in here, I could find a way to dispose of it. She says no. I'm on my own, guys. I'm on my own. Jermaine Down says they tried self-defense in the Ahmed Arbery trial. If you're the unjustified initial aggressor, no self-defense for you. The charges they threw at her, I think something's going to stick. This is my gut impression, Jermaine. Something's going to stick. And looking back at the charges, and we have audio going from court still, so it's let's see. Yeah, if something happens, you're going to hear it. Okay, so the charges she has: malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, felony murder while committing an offense of false imprisonment. The false imprisonment, which I think is that the same as unlawful detainment, and then 3, possession of a firearms. This was a grand jury indictment that found evidence for her. Okay, against this. This is a grand jury indictment, and each one of these charges, I think some are going to stick. Even if they don't go with malice murder, even if they say they can't find malice or the state can't prove malice, I think it's the false imprisonment one. I think is almost an admission. The facts are going to be what they are. That she chased him and pulled in front of his vehicle, and so much that he hit her vehicle. I mean, it's there. She prevented him from going somewhere. The false imprisonment comes right there, the unlawful detainment. So I think she's probably going to see a conviction, at least partially, on this. Just my gut feel right now, but I'm trying to keep an open mind. Can't wait to hear all the evidence. Let's see. Beyond the Veil, Oddities and Curiosity says, late. I was cleaning animal pens and I didn't know this would actually happen today. LOL. We've waited for 2 days waiting for this to start. It's Wednesday already, and we've been waiting for 2 days for the jury to be seated. Magical Mary says, why or when did she pull her weapon? Did they struggle for the weapon? My questions. I believe some of this will be on video, Mary. We're going to see a little bit on video. I think there's at least a portion where the firearm is still on her hip. And for those that are curious, Georgia is a constitutional carry state, meaning that you do not need a permit to carry a firearm. If you legally are allowed to own and possess one, which is 18 or 21 for a handgun, you are allowed to carry one, like concealed carry. I don't know if hers were concealed or open carry, which is on the hip. Oftentimes that's allowed as well if concealed is allowed. Citizen's arrest is a defense to false imprisonment. We'll probably hear more about that. It's funny that that wasn't brought up very much in the openings. Want to know why he drove away? Jenny, we've heard evidence already that he was having a diabetes episode where his blood sugar level was probably way off, which could cause confusion, which would cause behavior that might be perceived similar to drunk driving. Poor decision making. Weldon McDonald, love to see that blue courthouse by your name. Thank you very much, my friend, for subscribing and for continuing your support of the channel. She did block his car in. We're going to see plenty of pictures of that. We're going to get that that picture that was held up by the plaintiff is going to be very familiar. That intersection. Unlawful detainment is a strange one. Had he not been shot and killed, would that charge be raised? Nana, I think so. I think that one stands just on her not chasing, but pulling in front of him and preventing him from moving, which legally You know, your right to move about. You've got that right. She doesn't have the right to stop that on its own unless there were some other circumstances. And you get into the citizen's arrest thing, and we'll need Matthew. We'll need Matthew to do a Thursday short special on citizen's arrest. What's up? Yeah, Matthew Harris has some great videos. A great supporter of the channel. So we'll need him to do a citizen's arrest special for us. Okay. The EpiPen. I see a lot of people. The EpiPen got a lot of people's attention. EpiPen is the name of the pen that is used when there is an allergic reaction. It is not the same drug that is given if you overdose on opioids. It's not the same drug that is administered if you have a diabetic incident. All of them, I think, have pens that can administer those drugs, but EpiPen is reserved just for the allergic reaction. Different contents for sure. But don't citizens sometimes help the police by blocking bad guys? I won't now. The police actually will tell you, don't do it. Don't do it. They don't want you to be involved. When a citizen helps out, and we have had some that have helped out and have been received medals, like they see an officer getting whooped on the side of the road, and they pull over and restrain the guy, put him in a headlock, and choke him out or whatever it is, if it's an MMA guy who's helping an officer. We've seen that happen. For most people, the officers say, don't become involved. It complicates the scene for the officers, and most times the officers are actually not in this desperate situation as you might think. With some exceptions. All right. Maybe they could be saying that she just pulled over in front of him, not to block him in. Wait till we see the pictures, USMC. I think the pictures will explain the scene a little bit better. We'll get some diagrams of exactly how the cars were positioned. Sounds like she was acting like this was a major crime rather than a small fender bender. Lil Miss, she's 21 years old, right? This is a great point, by the way. Great observation. She's 21 years old. She has not seen major crimes, is my guess, in life. To her, this is a major crime. It probably maybe even be her first accident she's ever witnessed. And then this guy's driving off. It's crazy. She's young. Let's see, they told her to leave him alone because they had the tag number. Little Legalese, I think that name just rolls off the tongue, by the way. Little Legalese. I like it. I want to hear those calls. I want to hear if she's talking back or if she's going to say, oh, during that point I had my phone set down or I didn't hear what was happening. I want to hear what happened during that and hear what her response was when the dispatch said, go back to the scene of the crime. Can she not block him from fleeing the scene of an accident? I am Dave. You can, but just know you don't have the same protection a police officer does, and you could find yourself getting sued for unlawful detainment.
I did that once.
You blocked somebody in?
Yeah, because they were just in an accident. They weren't thinking.
Mrs. R.A. blocked somebody in. She's like, I did that one time. There was somebody in an accident. She pulled in front of them so they couldn't leave. There you go. My Wife, the Criminal. Join us for the special podcast. Oh, man. A lot of evidence still. Emotional support, paintbrush. A ton of evidence still to come in this. We've only got about a week or so of court. But I was just saying that red pen has no relation to EpiPen or any other pen. Young is no excuse. She was carrying a gun. Yeah. Legally, but experience changes a ton. We've got attorneys that are young, and how they practice or litigate when they're young is very different from how they may litigate when with years of experience. But both are legal, and they might lose a lot of the early cases, and then learn a lot, and then start winning. I don't know. One of the openings made it sound like he was in his truck and he pulled her arm in trying to grab the gun or something along those lines. Steve N., yes, that was the defense. For sure, that was the defense. The way the state wants to describe it is she just ran up yelling she was going to shoot him and did. I think you're going to see that the truth in that situation, defense picked out the facts that make her look best in that light, and the state picked out the facts that make her look worst in that light. The truth is somewhere in the middle, and it's possible that all those things occurred at one time or another, but once you see it in the full picture, it might tell a different story than either one of them told. Yes, she was packing heat. Springfield 9mm semi-automatic. I'm not sure if it's a 1911. Do they make a 1911 and 9, or just a 40 or a 45? 1911. It's a very well-known model or look. The firearm has a distinctive look to it. Sometimes it has a beaver tail safety, so like a grip safety, so the safety's on the back side of the gun. I really want to see the firearm to know if it has this, but the safety on the back side of the gun prevents the trigger from being pulled unless the hand is also on the back of the gun. Meaning that, if you're fighting over the gun and not gripping it appropriately, there's a good chance it cannot fire. So we'll find out. We'll find out about that. Still nothing from court. We'll go back and take a peek anyway. That's a very shiny logo. Oh, look at that. Perfect timing. The judge's fabulous hair just walked into the scene right behind our objection box. Mrs. R.A. wears the pants and the wrestling belt. It's the big gold one that shows she was the winner, and she's the champion. That's the problem with the prosecution. The defense is going to color it to their client's best chance, but the state should be stating the truth. I don't think they're lying. I just think they're only stating those things that help them with their case.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that made by Springfield, Courtney? Or is that a different manufacturer? All I've got is what's up on the channel, TC. I did not get the verdict. You might go over to Facebook and find the I think we've got some clips of the verdict and the sentencing over on Facebook on the Recovery Addict Facebook page. I think that was Kimar that got those for us. This judge is her poise. I'm not saying her. I mean, there's nothing wrong with her hair as well, but her poise and presence in the courtroom is very proper and respectful. And I guess that we get some of that from the accent as well.
Attorney Tucker, you may proceed with cross-examination.
It's Officer Robinson, correct?
That's correct.
And getting a chance to hear the 911 and talking about it, you kind of refreshed your memory of what occurred on that day, May 7th, correct?
Yes.
And if I may approach the diagram here.
Yes, you may.
And you were talking about an accident that occurred, you said it was right here?
You talking about the accident before or after?
I'm talking about the accident with the 18-wheeler that you saw.
No, what I saw it happened further up the road.
Up here?
Yes.
So that's not an accurate representation of what you saw with the accident with the 18-wheeler, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what you saw there, you didn't firsthand see it. You came up on the scene after the fact and saw vehicles there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, at the time of the incident, as they do in all incidents, they asked you to write a written statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as you listened to your 911 tape, did you say anything in there about diabetes or somebody having the diabetic shock or anything like that?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And if I may approach Your Honor.
You may.
And what I hold here is exhibit number 2. If you could look at that and make sure that's a correct copy of what you wrote the day of the accident.
Yes.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate representation of what you wrote in the statement?
That's what it says,
Does
sir.
that appear to be your signature?
Yes, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, I would tender defense exhibit number 2, which is a written statement from Mr. Officer Robinson on the day of the incident.
Any objection from the state? No objection, Your Honor.
And-
Objection.
We don't have a projector here to... Oh, we do? Okay, great. I'm going to present it to the...
Is the projector a copy machine? I swear, they've got a copy machine in the middle of the courtroom, and that's their projector.
He sure does. We're going to have him as a DJ and a light director here in a minute.
Ooh, rave. Rave in the courthouse, everybody. Here we go. What's that officer's name? Can somebody back up and... Somebody back up and watch that and pause. Tell me what the officer's name is.
Do you recall stating that you saw an accident that occurred at Forest Parkway and Clark Howe Road involving a semi-truck and a Dodge pickup truck?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you see that later on down there? You say he looked impaired, and you asked him if he was okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he say that he needed any medical attention?
He was groggy like and silent, so he wasn't really answering the question, sir.
Okay. And you told him to stay in his truck, correct?
I did.
And he refused and started walking away?
Start walking around.
Walking around? Was he walking around his vehicle or walking around?
Walking around his vehicle.
Was he looking at the vehicle to see if it was operational, like the tires or the front or the radiation?
Again, he was just walking around the vehicle.
Okay. And what date was this statement written on?
The date is showing right here, sir.
5/7/2019?
That's correct.
Okay. And you stated later on that there was another person who was involved, a white woman. Was she actually involved in the accident? The one you're describing here.
As far as the vehicle is concerned and everything, the vehicle almost hit her vehicle.
Almost
yes.
hit
I
the
mean,
vehicle.
she made a maneuver. What I saw was she made a maneuver and she went up. But I was mostly focused on when he hit the vehicle, he hit the semi-trailer truck. That was the one he made impact on.
Okay.
Everybody else, unfortunately, he missed.
Okay. So my question was very specific. Was she involved in the accident being hit by another vehicle?
No.
Okay. And this was on the 7th of May, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, did you have another opportunity to talk to the Clayton County Police regarding this accident?
That day, or?
Well, we can go that day. Did you have a chance to talk to the detective or anybody else from Clayton County that day?
Other than after the incident occurred.
But do you recall talking to a Detective Haywood or a Detective Moore on May 21st, 2019?
Yes.
Okay, and in this interview?
I'm not sure the day was, but they called me.
If you would like, it could help you refresh your memory with a copy of the transcripts of what was said that day, if it would assist you.
That'll be fine.
You mind? Approach? Yes, he's in.
You may approach.
Thank you. You may take a moment to.
You may approach. He didn't. Did he ask? I guess he did say, "May I approach?" Witness was getting a little warm in the jacket. Undid the zipper. Got a nice maroon shirt on. Looks good in the courtroom. He did not ask to approach. The judge just halfway up there said, "Okay, you can approach." His ribs are hot, really hot ribs. That's why you take coats off. Now this guy's doing a good job, but I think he's going to be impeached a little bit with some of the statements he made on his initially after the incident. Maroon or burgundy? Is there a difference? I'd be surprised if this witness wasn't shown these statements by the prosecution. When they played the audio recordings, why would they not show him the written statements? I'm getting old. Got a couple people that are joining the Facebook group over there, probably to see the verdict. Just a reminder, if you got declined on your admission, just make sure you answered the questions. Like scroll down and answer the questions.
I'm going to start referencing page number 5. If you'd like to look at that. Yes, sir.
What just happened?
It should be labeled up in the top left-hand corner.
I've had to do it once. It was also in a traffic accident.
Top left-hand corner.
It would be page number 5 is.
Yes, I see it. Page 5.
Yes, that's the one I'm going to start referencing.
Okay.
Judy, we followed a trial just yesterday. It was all in one day, and the verdict
What
was
am I
the very end of the
referencing
day.
to, sir?
Okay, if you could, and that's refresh your memory, so you do recall the interview you had with
The detective?
Yes, the 2 detectives. And do you recall in that interview that you said there was a Mr. Kimball, he was the truck driver, and that Miss Payne was present, and that you were speaking to both of them. Mm-hmm. And you made a reference that he keeps walking around, Mr. Herring, and why don't you just get back to your truck? Do you remember saying that to the detectives?
It's stated right here, sir. That's what took place.
Okay. And you said that everybody was just waiting for the Clayton County Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But they didn't arrive as quick as you wanted. And you came back and said, when asked, this guy was not looking good, asked, what did you mean by that? Do you recall saying that he is getting irritable? And he said to you, what laws have I broke? Do you recall hearing that from Mr. Herring that day?
I guess if it's in the statement right here, sir, that's what I have to go by.
Okay. And do you recall what you stated to him, that you caused this incident and you need to stay still?
It's stated right here, sir, that was meant.
Okay. And you recall thinking that you should have gotten the keys, or thinking about getting the keys from him, but you didn't feel like going through all of this. Do you recall?
It's stated in this information, sir. That's.
And do you recall why you didn't want to get involved in all of this?
Well, at the time, sir, I was trying to think. I was there at the location. I was trying to observe, make sure everybody was okay. I was trying to apprehend this person when trying to do that particular thing, thinking that this person was going through what it was going through.
And you were trying to apprehend?
No, I said I wasn't trying to do anything of that nature.
And that's because you were not in uniform?
If I was in uniform or something like that, I wasn't expecting that to take the place and happen. Again, I was expecting that the Clayton County would arrive and be there on scene to take care of the matter and go from there. I was not trying to do anything else, sir.
But you said that you were trying to keep everybody safe, correct?
Yeah, because cars were moving, people were coming, and so I made sure that asking people to move to the side and stay still. That's the only thing, because this gentleman, I feel something was wrong with that person.
And he was walking around irritable, so he was out of his truck, correct?
If he's walking around, sir, yes.
Okay, but the keys were in the truck, correct?
Well, at the time, I don't know. I mean, here it is. He had out the vehicle. And again, after that, I didn't say anything else, to do anything else, because I felt like the vehicle was not able to drive off because the damage was occurred to it.
So, because it was smoking and it was leaking a bunch of radiation oil or fluids, it's like, he can walk around all he wants. That thing's disabled, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So you would say it was a pretty strong impact on the 18-wheeler based on the damage of the vehicle.
Based on the damage of the vehicle, yes.
Okay. And then you stated that, if you could go to page number 6. You stated that your car is still smoking. You don't want to do that. Is that referencing to him getting in that vehicle and driving off?
Pretty much.
Okay. And that he stated to you like, well, I didn't break any logs or anything. Do you recall him saying that to you?
Yeah, yes. I mean, just looking at the statement right here, yes.
Okay. And now, Mr. Kimball the driver of the 18-wheeler, he's standing in front of his vehicle, correct? In front of Mr. Herring's vehicle, damaged vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Herring was in there just revving up the engine. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And as he's ramming up, Mr. Kimball's in front of the truck, and you tell him, sir, please, don't drive off of it. Don't move the vehicle. Do you recall telling him that?
Yes.
Okay. And sure enough, he threw it into drive, and he drove off. Now, how close was Mr. Kimball to the front of that vehicle when he drove off? Do you recall?
A couple of feet away.
Okay.
Because I believe, just a couple of feet away.
Okay. And what was going through your mind was, oh my God, I don't see how this thing is driving.
Pretty much.
Okay. Now, on the 911 tape, you heard yourself saying, get a picture of that, quick. Now, were you talking to Mr. Kimball, or were you talking to Miss Payne?
But at the time I was talking to Mr. Kimball, that's the name, Mr. Kimball.
Okay. Were you aware that Miss Payne was on the phone with 911?
I was not aware where she was on the phone. I know I was on the phone with 911.
Okay. And did you see her have the phone to her head, or did you see her with the phone in her hand?
No, I did not.
Okay. She was actually in her vehicle driving to go behind the car, or behind the truck, correct?
Correct.
And that was you in there saying, go, good, go. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, that was directed clearly to Miss Payne, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't see her after that because she's going to get a picture of the tag, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you never said anything about please don't pursue, or you never said anything like, hey, be safe, don't do this?
I said get the picture of the tag.
And you said go, good, go.
She's going to get a picture of the tag.
Sir, you said a second ago that you said get a picture of the tag to Mr. Kimball. Correct.
Sir, at the time, if my memory can recall, everything was moving fast. He was taking the picture of the vehicle as well as he was coming up driving. Okay. And so that's what stated, get a picture of the tag.
Okay. But you said you didn't see her with a camera in her hand or a phone in her hand, correct?
No, the only one I had a picture of, as far as I recall, was Mr. Kimball had his phone in his hand, taking the picture. Was trying to take a picture anyway.
Okay, so just to clarify, so you're telling Mr. Kimball to take a picture, and you're telling Miss Payne, good, go, because you only saw her vehicle going after to get a picture of the tag, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall telling the detectives in that interview on the 21st, after this fact, after you'd seen the other result of the other incident that day, do you recall telling them, next thing you know, she came around and I said, don't pursue, just get his license plate and just come back with the dispatch? Do you recall saying that in your interview to Detective Hayward and Moore?
If it's written down here, if I can recall, but I don't recall that. But if it's written down here, I must have probably said it. I'm not sure, but if it's in this affidavit.
But on the day of the incident, you don't recall saying that, or you didn't hear yourself say that on the 911 tape, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And then you also said that there was a white driver and a black guy was in a truck with him, and I told him just get the license plate. Was there somebody else present that was not identified? And it would be in your statements right there, just below what I said about I told her don't pursue.
Well, unfortunately, sir, since it's been a length of time, but yeah, I was. I recall it was another gentleman. He was in the vehicle, and he was over there as well. There's another person in the vehicle too as well, because he just pulled, as I recall, another vehicle pulled up.
And you saw them driving off in the same direction Miss Payne was going in, correct?
He headed that way.
Okay, and you said to him, hey, get the license plate, get the license plate.
That's pretty much.
Okay. All right. And you said that basically after that all occurred, you kind of drove down to the location that you were identifying on the map there, correct?
Correct.
And that was the identification of an accident that you did not see, but you came up on it later, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you parked over there at McDonald's, and you knew, I guess, an officer from Clayton County. And you stated to him that all she was supposed to do is just get the license plate. Don't do anything crazy. Do you recall saying that to Miss Payne on that day?
I don't remember saying that anything to that like that, but when I mentioned to the officer.
Okay. And you said you knew that you told the woman, Miss Payne, not to pursue, but just get the license plate?
I guess in the midst of a statement, I just addressed the situation, but I didn't make, I guess, in a bit clear of that. But according to the affidavit, I don't recall making that statement right there, but I just made, again, what I stated before, to get the license plate out.
Because in the hustle and bustle and the rush of what's going on, you had no clue it was going to end up the way it did, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. So then when you found out it did end up the way it did, you came back and you stated in your interview, you know, it's like, it's just not worth it. And that is why you said to Miss Payne, do not pursue him, just get the license plate. Do you see that in fresh memory in the page 6 of your statements to the detectives?
I can't say I recall that right there. Okay. But again, if it's written in the statement right here. Yeah.
But you further went on in that interview again and said, after seeing the end result, that this is totally crazy. I told her, all we need is that license plate. Do you recall saying that in that interview?
That was a general statement of saying that we need a different license plate. We was having a conversation with the detectives and stuff, but I didn't make a statement to her. We was having a conversation. And if it's taken out of content, that I wasn't taking a conversation with the detectives.
Okay. And once again, it was kind of a crazy situation, kind of a hit or miss. You need to make a decision quick. And that decision was get that tag. And she was driving to get it, so you were like, good, go. And that's all you really said that you heard from you on 911, correct?
That's what the recording says.
Okay. And then, if you could go to page 9 of your interview with the detectives from May 21st, 2019. That first paragraph of what you were saying, if you could refresh your memory.
Repeat what, sir?
If you could just refresh your memory, the first paragraph of when you're responding. Do you recall saying that, please, come on, get back into your truck? You were talking to Mr. Herring, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you were thinking to yourself, my God, what's taking so long? Why are the police taking so long? You recall that?
Yes.
And that's when he began walking up and down close to his car, looking at his car, correct?
Again, he was walking around, sir.
Okay.
I wasn't observing really looking at what he was doing, but just making sure that he was safe.
And then you said something to the fact that
this is back in 2019. So
after, I guess,
got to give the
he
witnesses
must have
some
saw
grace.
something, get in his truck, and he got back in it. I said, what are you doing? He started his truck up again, began revving it up. You begged him to stop. And he said, no, I'm not going to do that. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is different than what you wrote from the day of the 7th, correct?
Well, with me, the 7 was a brief statement, sir.
Okay,
Just making a brief statement. I wasn't trying to elaborate all too much because what was taking place and happening.
And that brief statement was only regarding the incident that you saw, correct? It wasn't taking into account what happened after.
Yes, the incident that took place and happened at Clark Howell and Forest Parkway.
So all of this additional information of what you thought in your head you were saying came from after seeing the aftermath and seeing what had occurred from that day, correct?
Yes, sir. I couldn't believe what took place and happened. That was my reaction.
And of course, you also recall at the very bottom page of 9 that saying Miss Payne's behavior was, as far well as I say, she was just looking like, wow, what happened? What's going on?
That is correct.
Is
Thank
this
you,
guy
SC.
okay?
That's correct. The law changed
Is he
this year. I
drunk?
didn't think of that.
Did you, at any time during that period of time, at the incident of the first accident, ever make the implication or ever say he was impaired or drunk in the presence of Miss Payne or Mr. Kimball?
I don't remember this. I recall that we was in the conversation. I don't recall this particular statement right here. I don't recall that other than us having a conversation of what was going on with the particular driver.
But you do recall, whether it's in your statement there or whether it's on the 911, you do recall asking Mr. Herring if he needed an ambulance, correct?
That's correct.
And you asked him on more than one or twice, 2 or 3 times, correct?
In the statement.
And his response sometimes were, I didn't do anything wrong. What laws have I broke? Do you recall that being a response when you asked if he needed an ambulance?
I know he says he made that statement, and right there, yes. As I'm seeing this report right there.
Okay. And you said also that you talked to Mr. Kimball, and Mr. Kimball was standing by, and when you asked him if he needed an ambulance, he said he was good, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But then he was saying, wow, is there something wrong with this guy? Is he drunk or something? Do you recall him saying that to you?
I believe that was in the conversation. Because again, we was in the conversation.
Okay. Now, you come lower on to say, did you notice if Miss Payne had any firearms on her? And you said, no, I didn't see a weapon on her. Do you recall that?
Yes. I wasn't really looking for a weapon on her, but I didn't recall her having a weapon on her.
And you recall also later on in your interview that you said it was kind of ironic or weird that you saw Miss Payne coming down, make sure I said this correctly, coming down 285, y'all were together, and all of a sudden when you came back on Clark Howell, she was behind you, and that would be the last page number 16.
Yeah, I remember, because I said I was coming from Camp Creek, and that's when I noticed, I seen the vehicle, because I seen it was a purple, I believe.
It's pink and black.
Pink,
yes.
One of the colors on that nature stuff, but indeed, other than that, and it ended up just like an occurrence. You wonder, like, well, this other vehicle is here, so that was basically it. I didn't think nothing other than that, other than saying that yes, the vehicle was right there.
So it's fair to say that with all these accidents going on, you were trying to find an alternative route to get to where you're going, and it appeared Miss Payne was kind of either following you or somewhere close by trying to find the same alternative route to avoid all the traffic.
I'm not, well, I know I was avoiding trying to get home and make my way up a route that I could feel that I can take this route. And if she was on the same road, she was there.
And you never made a stop on your route when you were going, correct? You didn't stop off
No.
the gas?
No, I just made my way around and to where I was and where the incident occurred.
And she was kind of close by, so it's fair to say she didn't make any stops anywhere because she was right behind you or close by you on this alternative route, correct?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And again, you weren't involved in the accident. You only witnessed it from not where the location you pointed out, but the other location, Clark Howell and Forest Parkway, correct?
That's correct. Clark Howell and Forest Parkway.
And you stayed there till the police came?
I stayed until the police came.
And thank you for your service to know that. And no one else got injured or hurt there at the first location?
No, sir.
And you said that you work at the medical, or you've worked around medical inmates, or when you're a correctional officer, you see those that have been diagnosed with disorders or diabetes or other medical conditions.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any kind of training in that field, or do you just go off what is being told from the nurses or the medical department?
The medical department. When they state what's taking place with that person, I'm not a medical profession. Just there to make sure the place is secured, make sure that the nurses and doctors are secured.
So it's fair to say that if somebody didn't identify a medical condition with one of the inmates, you couldn't just ready available give a diagnosis by seeing them.
Oh no.
Okay.
We can't do that.
All right. And do you happen to know what the characteristics are of diabetic coma or shock?
I've seen some things take place, but other than when they tell us that this person is going through, a professional would tell us that this person is going through a shock, or going through a diabetic shock, or going through a heart attack, having a seizure, and that nature of stuff. That's when they tell us what's taking place and happening. The professionals tell us that. I would not ever tell us something to that person other than something's wrong with this particular person and ask for the nurse or someone for assistance.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you're not qualified to just see actions of one person to make a diagnosis, correct?
No, sir. Again, no.
Okay.
I think that's going to wrap it up for today. I did get my my order today, so I'm playing toys really quickly. I got a it's called a Hollyland wireless video transmission system. Plug in HDMI or SDI, and it transmits with a very, very low latency video across the room.
Mr. Robinson, I'm going to refer to the same interview that Attorney Tucker was referring to on page 4 in your last paragraph, if you want to review that to refresh your memory.
Page 4?
Yes.
The last paragraph?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, and when you spoke with Detective Moore and Detective Hayward on May 21st of 2019, you indicated that as you were turning the corner, as an officer, you decided to stop even though you were off. When you saw Mr. Herring, you saw him slumped over. The car came to a creep. As the car came to a slow creep, you got out and checked to see if he was okay. You asked him if he was okay and everything like that. He seemed to be a little impaired. I could tell by his face, and working in the infirmary, you kind of get a feel for how these guys look when something is wrong. So on May 21st, 2019, you did inform detectives that you believed that there was something wrong with Mr. Herring at the scene of the first incident.
Yes.
And that was due to your experience in training and working at the infirmary?
Yes.
And also on page 11, paragraph 4. You can read that for me and refresh your memory.
Is it paragraph 4?
Yes.
Where it says he was walking pretty normal.
Correct. You don't have to read it out loud, just review it.
Okay, sorry. Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Moore asked you if you noticed, was he walking okay? Was he walking in circles? Was he stumbling or anything? Or was he walking pretty normally? You notified Detective Moore that he was walking pretty normal, but he reminded you of a person like you would, like from when I was working in the infirmary and stuff. These guys, you know, when you're a diabetic and you go into shock and your mindset, you know, that's what it reminded me of. He kept asking me what day it was and stuff like that, and I said, okay, sir.
Yes.
So was it your observation of Mr. Robinson that he was having a medical condition?
I feel like he was. I mean, again.
Objective speculation. He stated that he was no way qualified to make a diagnosis of an individual. If it's a layman's opinion, that's fine. But the state is asking to speculate if this person was having a diabetic shock or something, dealing with diabetes, and he's not qualified to give an assessment of that.
Yeah, I believe my question was he suffering from a medical condition? I never stated what that condition was.
And once again, he doesn't have the medical training, and as he stated before, unless somebody has told him what the condition is, he's not qualified to identify it or categorize it.
And if I may, Your Honor, I believe Mr. Robertson testified that he's not qualified to diagnose, but he has experience as in working with the Georgia Department of Corrections for 8 years in the infirmary, that if a nurse identifies what a person is going through, that he has witnessed that over a long period of time, that he would be able to identify it as is currently occurring. Not a diagnosis, but he can recognize those symptoms of the person going through that particular condition. And he would be qualified to state if that's what he observed on May 7th of 2019.
And I would just want it to be a layman's person. He's not an expert. He's not a doctor or nurse. He's not trained. A layman's opinion.
So I'm going to overrule the objection. He can testify as to his observations. He's not given a medical diagnosis, so he can testify as to what he has observed that led him to his conclusion.
So based on your observation of Mr. Herring on that day and your experience in working in the infirmary at the Georgia Department of Corrections, did you believe Mr. Herring was suffering from a medical condition?
Yes.
Now, just to be clear, when you yelled, take a picture of the tag or get the tag, the defendant was already in her vehicle, correct?
Yes.
The defendant was already in motion.
Things were, again, happening pretty fast. Once he started, yes.
So you didn't direct the defendant to get in her vehicle?
No, I didn't.
And you didn't direct her to get in her vehicle and go get the tag? You didn't say get in your vehicle and go get the tag?
No, I did not.
The defendant was already in motion?
Yes.
Now, we talked about defenses, I believe, Exhibit 1, which was your written statement.
I think it was two. I think it's two.
Okay. Defendant's Exhibit 2, which was a copy of your written statement.
Yes.
Now, how long have you been an officer or correctional officer?
At that time, that was in my 4 years, almost my fourth, fifth, going on for 5 years at that time.
And when you wrote this statement, did you believe that there would be further investigation in this case?
Yes.
And so you would have written what you believed to be would have been important in what happened at that time, correct?
Yes.
With the understanding that you would still speak with other investigators in this case?
Yes.
And you did do that on May 21st of 2019?
Yes.
And you recalled everything that you remembered from the incident that occurred on May 7, 2019 in that particular interview?
Yes.
And you would have given them all the information that you would have recalled that happened on May 7th of 2019?
Yes.
And was there anything significantly different from your written statement and what you provided to the detectives on May 21st of 2019?
Basically everything what was written there and written here, it clarified what was said and done, or what I can recall at that time period.
So you're stating that a person that walks around irritable and is asking, did I break a law? Am I breaking the law? Those are signs of diabetes or diabetes shock?
I guess no, I didn't state that.
Okay, but that's what you saw, correct?
Again, sir, as he was making the movement, I felt something was wrong with this individual. I didn't state that.
When did you find out that there was a possible diabetes or diabetic shock? When did you find out about that?
I didn't state that, sir.
I'm asking you when you did find out about it. Did you hear from the media? Did you hear from the detectives? Did you hear from investigators?
No, sir, I didn't hear from no one that.
So you never once heard that there was a possible diabetes that was involved in this?
No, sir.
Okay, so then your contention is when you see somebody walking around irritable saying, I didn't break any laws. I'm going to drive off, see something in his vehicle, crank it up, and almost run over Mr. Kimball. That's a sign of diabetes or diabetic coma?
No, sir. Again, I didn't make that statement. Again, the look he had on his face, I didn't say that this person was doing the following thing, saying they was going through that. I just said the look he had on his face remind me of something like that.
But you refreshed your memory from the statement you gave on the 21st, correct? And you remember on page 5, you said he was walking around irritable. And further on in that interview, you said he was asking, I didn't break any crimes. What laws did I break? Do you recall those?
Yeah, yes.
And that's all stuff that you saw him do, correct?
Yes, sir. I was right to stand him right. That's why I was trying to tell him that what I made in the statement right here.
And you were telling him not to get back in his vehicle, correct?
At the time, because of the vehicle doing what it was doing, yes.
Okay. And you're stating that those are characteristics from your experience training and seeing individuals in the infirmary, that is signs of a diabetic shock or coma?
No, sir. I can't make those particular diagnoses. Again, that remind me of something like, again, his facial features, that remind me of. I did say again, that would remind me of.
Now, you're post-certified, correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
And when you do all this training for post-certification, you're very clear about writing reports, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that anything is important that you feel is important, or you think might be important down the road, you need to memorialize it in your report, correct?
We try to do those particular things, sometimes hit and miss.
And you say you didn't put stuff that was important in your statement because you figured somebody would follow up with it?
Well, again, when writing reports, sir, you give the details of then later on hopefully there will be investigations afterwards.
So you anticipated there was going to be an investigation after you wrote your report and after the police showed up to take care of that accident?
Which accident you're saying?
The one that you witnessed, the only one you witnessed. The 18-wheeler and Mr. Herring.
This generally happens when the accident occurs. They do investigations. I assume that's what takes place and happens. Most of our officers, anything that takes place, there's an investigation afterwards.
Now, you started off your testimony here with a diagram that you didn't give the exact location of this accident, correct? That you witnessed.
The diagrams showing there is where the other incident occurred. I stated that I came from the other incident down to the incident that took place afterwards.
You don't recall being asked, is this where the 18-wheeler and the truck had an accident?
They told, no, we said that the accident was occurred at Forest Parkway and Clark Howell. That's what I stated. The incident happened with Forest Park and Clark Howell. As I looked at that particular, and I stated that this is McDonald's, this is where 285 and everything. I didn't state that that particular incident happened there. The first incident happened there. The first incident happened at Clark Howell and Forest Parkway.
And you didn't see the second incident, you just came up after it, correct?
Came up afterwards.
And you said that, I asked previously if you saw that she had a phone in her hand or that you knew she was on 911 on the call when Miss Payne was driving her Jeep past you?
I didn't see her on the phone.
But you felt compelled to say, good, go, because you were on the phone with 911 trying to get the tag, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and if somebody who's identified themselves as a correctional officer is asking somebody to take a picture of the tag and here somebody else is going to get the tag and says, good, good, go. You don't think that was a form of encouragement?
To go
get the tag or take a picture of the tag?
Take a picture of the tag. Again, I didn't have a picture of the tag. I was just, again, they would need a picture of the tag until afterwards. That's when Mr. Kimball said, hey, here's a picture, and that's when we then were able to give them clarity of the tag.
But at that moment, you felt it was important to get a picture of that tag or to get some way to identify that vehicle, correct?
Yes, because the person was fleeing the incident.
And this person was fleeing the incident, having walked around his car, having walked around asking about braking laws, and appeared, as you said, irritable.
Yes.
And at no time did you feel that you needed to take the keys out of the truck because you thought the truck was not going to move or was disabled.
Yes, sir.
Really confrontational questioning style here from the defense.
Does the state have any more questions for this witness? No further questions. Okay. And may Officer Robinson be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Officer Robinson.
I think that's our only witness for, or our last witness for
Does the
today.
state have another witness?
Judge, we do, but due to the late hour, this is the witness who traveled from Virginia. She has indicated her willingness to spend another night.
Okay.
To accommodate so that we don't have to go so late.
Okay.
Well, we can call her, but she's agreed to stay the night. I think we all had a long day, maybe.
Okay, so we'll call her first thing tomorrow? Okay. All right, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your service today. We are going to adjourn for the evening. It's now 5:25. I'm going to ask you to report back tomorrow at 8:30 so that we can promptly begin at 9 o'clock.
So we're starting at 8:30 as well.
Instructions still apply. Do not discuss. Do not do independent research. Ensure that you get some rest, and we'll see you back here tomorrow at 8:30.
Get some rest. I've never heard that one given out. Get some rest. You're going to rest up. You're going to need this. Okay, so while they're all filing out, I'm not sure if they're going to have anything after court, any audio or anything happen. We'll listen in a little bit. Every time we go to a new trial, every time we go to a new state, things are different about the court. The judges are different. The way they do things are a little different. Yet at the same time, they're also very much the same. The process overall is very much the same. Here, the district attorney is swearing in the witness directly. We've seen that in a couple other places where they don't use the court clerk, but just an interesting style. The judge is allowing speaking objections in the extreme, and not just speaking objections, but then arguments to follow speaking objections.
Before we adjourn formally for this evening.
Not that I'm aware of.
None from this bench, Your Honor.
All right. If you can briefly approach, I just want to handle some scheduling matters. Thank you.
Are they going to be off the record scheduling? Oh, they're off the record scheduling. We're going to start at 8:30 tomorrow morning, 8:30 Eastern time, because that's when the jury's going to be showing up. Then 9 o'clock, we're going to have the kickoff with the trial, starting with day 2, part 2. This will be the second day of the jury trial. We're going to have the third witness. Sounds like somebody coming down from Virginia who's enjoying some of the great food available there in Georgia. And as I said, we'll stay another day just so I can be a witness. I will say the witness is beyond average. The witness we just had, his ability to stay cool and calm and collected under cross was admirable, very, and not get tripped up. He came across as not being on one side or the other, just more presenting the facts as he recalls them. And I realize it's 2019.
I said if I give you a breath test.
Oh, little DUI action happening there in the background. That's not what we need. So the feed's done for the day. Anyway, the witness did a great job. Really did a good job. So I'm impressed. She had one sidebar, and that was enough. It was a long sidebar, very long. I think we had like a 7 or 8 minute sidebar initially, right after the state's opening statements. He was pretty neutral. That goes to his credit in my book, Dominique. I like to see witnesses who are there to testify to the truth of the matters they observed. Whether or not it helps or hurts a certain party is irrelevant. And so he did a good job. The defense attorney did try to trick him a couple times. Was trying to trip him up, but it didn't do it. I agree, Ari. He wasn't for one side or the other. He just happened to be there. I think he didn't want to be there. He didn't want to be there, and I don't blame him. Yeah, Anna, you're right. Seemed like a stand-up guy. The defense attorney, I realize everyone loves to hate defense attorneys, right? Everybody just loves to pile on the defense attorneys because they represent the scumbags, right? That's what they do. But they also represent the innocent people that are charged when incorrectly, wrongly. And so he's doing his job. I will say he's being very thorough at the rate he goes with his questions. At the rate he goes, I see what you're doing there, Melissa. At the rate he goes with his questions, I think this case might be about a week and a half instead of a week. Also, the judge has a more deliberate, not as slow. It's not painfully slow, but a more deliberate style of speaking as well. So that's going to probably slow things down just a little bit as well. All right. They're doing their job, but sometimes it's annoying. Yeah. He doesn't need people to like him. He just needs people to have reasonable doubt, and that's what he's going for. And the thoroughness of his cross-examination shows that he just might get that in some of the charges. Let Us Gather says, all right, I type real estate appraisal reports, and we use northerly, etc. all the time. It just means not due north, just in that general direction. Now you know. Real estate appraisal reports. Are you licensed in North Carolina? I need some help. I need to go back in time and get an appraisal. I need to go back in time and get an appraisal before our updates were done to our Airbnb. If you know somebody in NC that's licensed that can do that based on photographs and square footage and everything, let me know. Let's see. I apologize. Our chat got a little bit crazy today, a little bit crazy. I think it was because we've been sitting on our hands for 3 days waiting for a court to start and jumping around. I think we'll settle down. I think we'll be all right. Tomorrow's a new day. We're all friends here. Please do come back. We want you to enjoy this. I'm just looking. Oh, Denise is on the phone. Just one second. Let me see if I can answer this.
Call from
Denise.
Denise, welcome. This is RA. You're on the air. How are you doing?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
We can all hear you just fine.
Great. So I just want to say something. You made the statement just a second ago about defense attorneys and how everybody just rides on them, right?
Mm-hmm.
One thing that I've learned from you, and I want to say thank you, is to be more impartial going in, no matter how much we've heard about a case or not heard about a case. This case was out there for a while, and people want to hate on defendants all the time, as well as their attorneys. But you have taught me to step back and listen to all of the facts. And, as a criminal justice major, as somebody that works in a special investigations unit for fraud, waste, and abuse, I really appreciate taking that from you and, learning more about listening better.
Thank you. First of all, thank you. I don't think I deserve all that because I don't do a very good job at this all the time. There are times where I jump right to a conclusion and point the finger of blame before I've learned all the facts. It's something I try to do better at, and I appreciate. Oftentimes, someone will chat will call me out a little bit on it. It's like, but that's all good. I'm trying to do better. So thank you very much. I appreciate the kind words. I do think all of us should have the ability to look at a situation, whatever it is. It's obviously harder when we're involved in the situation, but to come up on a situation and look at it and try to be objective, to understand it a little bit better. And a lot of times that just involves listening. I look at everything and I see it the way I see it. I can't really change that, but stopping to listen and really hear the other side oftentimes paints a picture that I just didn't see. I couldn't see it before. Until I heard someone's describing it, so that's why I love the opening statement so much, and I think it was great. Looking forward to hearing the evidence if it supports what the defense says, because that definitely changes things for me. But
right, that's all I wanted.
That's awesome.
I'm driving home. I'm driving home from work and was listening to the end of court. So you
Wonderful.
said that, and I just needed to say that to you. So
Well, thank you, Denise. I appreciate that.
Yep,
Thank you
you're
so much.
welcome.
Drive safe. There are crazy people on the roads.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. Absolutely.
We'll see you, Denise.
All right. See you in the morning.
Yep. Bye-bye. Or
Bye.
podcast tonight as well, 8 o'clock. All right. We'll see you.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
I am Dave. We like opposing opinions. We want to get rid of the personal attacks out of there. And I'm not the best example of this. Sometimes I open the door and cause the problem, and then get mad at you guys for doing it. So I apologize if I instigated that in any way. But we do like to hear different opinions, even minority opinions that aren't shared by a lot of people. So that would be great. But if our discussion gets to the point where we're just going back and forth and we're not either if we start attacking each other or if we are not getting anywhere in the discussion, sometimes it's better just to agree to disagree and focus on some of the things we do agree on, or just enjoy court without the argument. All right, tonight, 8 p.m., we do have a podcast. Weather Watch and I will be right here on this channel. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be wonderful. It's gonna be more festivities. I was gonna say Festivus, but that's like a Seinfeld thing. It's not gonna be Festivus, but it's gonna be fun. It'll be fun, and we hope all of you could join us here. It's a lot of fun to participate in the podcast. I realize for some of you that is like smack dab in the middle of the early morning hours. And for those of you that applies to, I give you a hall pass to watch on the replay. The rest of you all have to be here on time. So we'll do that. Is there anything else we need to cover before we break for the day, at least until the podcast? Disagree? What did cheese ever do to you? Disagree. I'm not sure if I've ever had brie. Is brie one of those soft cheeses? Like the really mushy ones? Because if you can't grate it and you can't slice it, the only option that's left is like to break it into chunks and melt it. And melted cheese is okay, but only in small quantities. All right, podcast tonight, 8 p.m. for sure. Let's see, I think I've got some emails to check. There's some documents that might have come out we need to watch for. Let's see. You guys wouldn't want to change format and go over the new Maya filing. I think I just got one from on the email. I'm going to have to check the email. Let's see. I think Jules sent me something. Let's see. Checking for email. 76 new emails. Whoa. I'm here to talk to you about your meth lab. What? I'm just kidding. That's not on there. All right. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again later tonight, 8 p.m. for the podcast. And maybe covering a document. I don't know. Maybe that'll be after the podcast. More emails. They're just flooding in. Good grief. How do people keep up on their email? I've got pages and pages of this stuff. All right. I'll be checking email between now and the podcast. And then we'll catch you all there. So it's going to be good. All right, 8:30 tomorrow morning if you miss the podcast. Thank you all. Have a great evening. Be good to each other. We'll see you. Bye-bye.